We have our first speaker is Ms. Sonia from the UNDP. She is the anti-corruption advisor. I'm very privileged to have them here today. And she will be speaking on promoting gender equality through anti-corruption and the importance of business integrity for women-owned enterprises in Fiji. Basically, this focuses on the contents of the anti-corruption toolkit. So if we can put our hands together and welcome Ms. Sonia. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very privileged to be with you all this morning, and I would like to congratulate USP for the initiative to organize the Entrepreneurial Fair 2022, Embracing Innovation, Creating Opportunities. And I express my deep gratitude for the invitation for me to speak at this important event. So Vinaka Vakalevu, and thank you everyone for taking time to attend this presentation. As mentioned, I was specifically asked to present on the anti-corruption toolkit for women-owned businesses in Fiji, which was supported by the United Nations Regional Anti-Corruption Program, jointly implemented by UNDP, United Nations Development Program, and UNODC. And it was prepared in close collaboration with WEPSI, the Women Entrepreneurs Business Council of Fiji, as well as the Fijian Competition and Consumers Commission, FCCC, and as well as FICAC, the Fiji Independent Commission Against Corruption. So I wish to acknowledge and thanks for their contributions as well. Before we start with the presentation, allow me to put the presentation in context, if I may, and say a few words as to why gender considerations are important for the fight against corruption and how the benefits of adopting a gender perspective have wider implications. As I will discuss in the presentation, corruption affects men and women differently, and gender inequality exacerbates corruption risks. Broadly speaking, academic work done on the subject suggests that women are more likely to be affected by corruption. This is because as mothers and I apologize, and care providers, women are more likely to need to access government services such as health and education, which may require bribe payments. It is also the case that because of gender stereotypes, women can be seen to be more likely to be passive and more willing to pay a bribe without resisting. Women are also more often targeted than men when sexual favors are demanded as payment for a bribe. More broadly, with some male-dominated networks, excluding women and preventing their access to leadership and decision-making roles, corruption in both formal and informal businesses may prevent women from starting business and can act as a major barrier to women earning income or sustaining their businesses. In Fiji, studies suggest that women entrepreneurs are particularly affected by corruption. This may be because many women entrepreneurs work in the informal sector, where they are not protected under labor laws and are consequently less likely and able to make an official complaint. The COVID-19 pandemic and the related increase in corrupt activity also merits a mention here. On the one hand, the need for speed and rapid impact in the response has clearly resulted in the relaxation of some anti-corruption safeguards globally, right? This is not only about Fiji, COVID-19 affecting the entire world, including in official procurement, oversight and accountability processes, and in trading compliance systems. This has resulted in more opportunities for corruption to thrive. On the other hand, corrupt and inefficient procurement has doubtlessly put more frontline health and support staff at risk, the majority of whom are women. The bottom line is that corruption affects the most disadvantaged worst. And in many places and situations, the most disadvantaged people happen to be women. Some of the solutions to these situations are relatively straightforward. And in many cases, they hinge as much on addressing gender inequality as they do on specifically addressing corruption. For example, if the essential public services that women predominantly utilize, like healthcare and education, as I mentioned, were adequately resourced and funded, the opportunities and immoral benefits of corrupt behavior would be significantly reduced. Likewise, if whistleblower reporting and protection mechanisms were more responsive to gender and better designed to support victims adequately, more women would come forward without, I add, any necessary reduction in the number of men reporting. It is also certainly the case that if corruption offenses explicitly included sexual or gendered acts as a potential currency of illegal corruption, and if more adequate support was provided for women who have been made to undertake sexual acts as payment for a bribe, corruption targeted women would be reduced. Returning to the specifics of today's event and the toolkit that I will shortly present, the message I would like to leave you with is that addressing corruption and combating gender inequality might be seen as two sides of the same coin. If corruption is reduced, gender equality will benefit. Likewise, all the indications are that if gender equality is improved, anti-corruption will be enhanced. In business, I believe people are very often looking for win-win situations, and I suggest we have one here. Given the entrepreneurial theme of this week-long event, perhaps the most important part of the presentation will outline the 5 practical steps you or anyone running or starting a small business in Fiji can take to minimize the dangers of corruption in a business environment and improve business integrity in Fiji. This is, of course, just as relevant for businesses owned by men. So there is no need for any males with us this morning to take leave. Everyone is welcome when the subject is fighting corruption. In the presentation, I will also briefly touch on how corruption is defined, why it affects women and women-owned businesses more badly, and how the law stands on corruption and related matters in Fiji. Furthermore, as I will explain in the presentation, the wins, right, extend beyond business and beyond women to include everybody living and working in Fiji. On that note, I would like to mention that in UNDP, business integrity is very important for us. We have been working very hard on promoting business integrity across the Pacific. Fiji was one of the pioneers and champions with the development of this toolkit for women-owned enterprises. We have been also working very hard on promoting business integrity among youth. And I hope that part of this discussion today can also touch upon this subject. And I have some of my colleagues here that can maybe share some of their experiences, because youth are also very, very important stakeholder, and business integrity among youth is very important for Fiji and the Pacific overall, given that over half of the Pacific population are young people, and they are the future of Fiji. They are part of the businesses, some of them now, but they will be part of the businesses once they graduate. Many of them will end up in the business sector. So knowing in advance about business integrity and how to uphold the principles of business integrity is very important. So I hope we will have time to touch upon that at the end as well. So now, if you allow me, I will just move to the presentation of the toolkit itself, which I will just show it to you, and then of course I will send the link at the end. This is a toolkit which looks like this, and unfortunately I don't have current copies to distribute. It's available on the website. We will give you the link at the end, but This is how it looks, and this is how big it is. So I will just try to condense the main messages, and then we can have a discussion afterwards. As mentioned, I will just focus on the key messages from this toolkit developed by the United Nations Regional Anti-Corruption Program. It was launched in 2020. The launch and the contents of this toolkit are in fact based on extensive consultations with women entrepreneurs from Fiji. So we had several workshops prior to developing this toolkit to hear what their needs are, what they know at the moment, what they would like to know, what are their needs. So essentially this toolkit tries to capture what the information needs are and to serve as a practical tool for businesses in general, right? In this specific case, they're for women, but the contents are really of general relevance for everybody wanting to know about the issue of corruption and what are some tools and mechanisms for this to be prevented and addressed in the private sector. So also, I wanted to let you know that the toolkit at the moment captures the legislation and the situation that was at that point of time in force, right? So you should always check whether they have, because sometimes legislation and rules change and the processes, so it's always great to recheck whether there is an update or there is any change in terms of legislation or policies and that are enforced, adopted and enforced by the relevant institutions of Fiji. Maybe we can just start and see what is corruption. Try to understand what is corruption. There are different definitions of corruption, but there is no universally adopted definition. So that is one thing that I would like to start with, that there are many countries, many organizations have their own definitions, but there is no one universally adopted definition. The United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, which was adopted in 2005, is the first legally binding global anti-corruption instrument. It represents a groundbreaking commitment to tackle corruption. So it's the only one so far, global, universally applicable and legally binding instrument. Today, 197 countries plus the European Union have adopted the convention, including all 14 Pacific Island countries, as well as Fiji. Because corruption means different things to different countries, this is the reason why there is no definition of corruption in the convention itself. However, instead, the convention obliges countries that are signatories to convention to criminalize various corrupt acts, including, for example, bribery, abuse of functions and embezzlement, misappropriation of other diversion of property by a public official, for example. As an illustration, there are different definition. One is, for example, from OECD and Transparency International. The definition from OECD is that corruption is the abuse of a public or private office for personal gain. While the definition from Transparency International is the abuse of entrusted power for private gain, right? So the differences you will see here, one, the Transparency International focuses on abuse of entrusted power for private gain, and here is abuse of public or private office for personal gain. So the OECD definition is a bit broader. Going back to Fiji, you may probably wonder what is the situation in Fiji, what are the applicable laws. Just for information, Fiji became member of the convention on the 14th of May, 2008. Since then and today, the Fiji Independent Commission Against Corruption, FICAC, defines corruption as an act or conduct by any public official or persons to obtain unjustified benefit or advantage for personal gain. In Fiji, multiple laws criminalize corruption and unethical business practices. Examples include Prevention of Bribery Act 2007, the Crimes Act 2009, and also the Fijian Competition and Consumer Commission Act of 2010, which is called FCCC Act. These pieces of legislation in Fiji criminalize various corrupt acts, including bribery, abuse of office, false statements, forgery and related offenses, and unethical business practices. They provide you a best guidance for understanding what corruption is in Fiji and when it has taken place. So why are women vulnerable, and why we have specifically focused on women in this toolkit? I have touched upon this in my introductory words, but I will just very, very briefly mention, because I think it is very important for us to understand what are the specific vulnerabilities and why we need to undertake specific analysis as to what are the implications for women and how we can proactively work with women to strengthen their capacities, to empower them, and to really include them in the fight against corruption, both in the prevention side, but also in terms of reporting corruption. As mentioned, they are primary caretakers of the families, and they do have frequent contacts with the services, right? Mostly health services, education services, social services. So normally women are those who will interact with public officials, and hence this is actually the point where there are some opportunities for corruption. Women, particularly poor women, right, are maybe more dependent on potentially corrupt public services in general. And then, unfortunately, currency of corruption sometimes for women can be sexualized, more for women than for men. It doesn't mean that for men it cannot be, but statistics show that women are more vulnerable to sextortion, right? Because they're unable to pay money sometimes as a bribe due to lower incomes, they are forced to offer their sexual services, which is called sextortion. Why women entrepreneurs are vulnerable, more specifically, and why they can be particularly affected by corruption. First, oftentimes, especially in the Pacific and in Fiji, as we know very well, women are working in the informal sector, and informal sector workers are not protected by labor law, so there is an area where an opportunity for corruption or abuse of power by authorities can occur. And they are also unlikely, unfortunately, or sometimes unable to make a complaint. Also, I just wanted to mention that from statistically in Fiji, women make up 91% of full-time home workers, and also 91% of those who make and sell handicrafts, which is again about the businesses and informal sector. So it's very, very high statistics, and it's also an indication that this is an area which may need specific attention. These are statistics from the Asia Development Bank, and they are related to Fiji. Yes, and in terms of do women report less? This is also a point I mentioned earlier. Women may also experience inequality when it comes to reporting corruption, when it has taken place. While reporting mechanisms for seeking redress, of course, are accessible equally for men and women, both men and women can use this reporting mechanism. However, for example, a report by the Asian Development Bank documented that in 2014, only 12% of the complaints to the Fijian Competition and Consumer Commission came from women, and 88% of the complaints came from men. So therefore, the Asia Development Bank recommended providing women-friendly consumer complaints mechanisms, such as having women complaints officers and online anonymous complaint systems, and also having a to ensure that both men and women have equal access to the services, or to build their capacities and empower them to actually use these services. Having given an overview of how corruption is defined internationally and how it affects women and women entrepreneurs specifically, I will now turn to discuss briefly some specific corruption related offenses in Fiji, just to have an idea and overview how this is specifically translated into the legislation and the relevant laws of Fiji. One is bribery, right? I think this is the most well-known form of corruption. I don't think that there is any person that doesn't know what bribery is, or just have a relatively good idea what bribery is. So bribery has both an active form, which is offering a bribe, and then a passive form, which is soliciting or accepting a bribe. So in Fiji, the active form is defined as the intentional promise, offering or giving of an undue advantage, either directly or indirectly, to an official. So the purpose of this undue advantage is either to ensure that the official acts or refrains from acting, right? This is also important, in carrying out his or her official duties. Business owners should also be aware of facilitation payments. I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with facilitation payments, but those are payments either requested by or offered to a public servant in order to speed up a service to which the payer is already entitled. So really requesting something that you're entitled to receive, but still you're asked for a specific fee, and this is called facilitation payment. Section 3 of the Prevention of Bribery Act of Fiji also states that any prescribed officer who, without the prior written permission of his or her appointing authority, solicits or accepts any advantage, commits an offense. Another thing to note is that the bribery can occur just from the offer of providing an advantage, and a person may be considered in breach of Section 4 of the Prevention of Bribery Act, even if the advantage is never actually provided. So just for you to be aware of this as well. As mentioned, there are different forms of corruption. One is bribery, and I apologize, maybe some are really technical definitions. I'm trying to keep some balance, but also to try and convey some of the key messages and key concepts. And of course, these are areas that can be further explored and analyzed in as much as detail as you may wish to do. Another form of corruption is abuse of office, is a crime in states like Fiji that have acceded to UNCAC. So this for UNCAC as well, for the convention, this is a form of corruption. These countries are required to also consider criminalizing the intentional abuse of functions or position. This refers to the performance of or failure to perform an act in violation of laws by a public official to obtain an undue advantage. And in the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, this is addressed in Article 19. In Fiji, as we say, we are essentially some of the requirements of the convention, international convention, translated into the legislation. So in the specific case of Fiji, under Section 139 of the Crimes Act, a person will commit an indictable offense if, being employed in the civil service, the person does or directs to be done in abuse of the authority of his or her office an act prejudicial to the rights of another. This act does not have to be done or directed to be done for gain, but if it has, the penalty for that increases. Another form of corruption in Fiji, as per the legislation in Fiji, is related to false statements, forgery, and similar offenses. So the Fiji Crimes Act includes offenses for persons employed in the public service who make false claims or give false certificates. Other sections of the same Crimes Act provide offenses for all persons who make, use, or possess false documents, including persons who damage, destroy, alter, conceal, or falsify a document. So this is, I think, another important area for you to know, that this is an offense, but in terms of where it belongs, it's a form of corruption as well. And going back to businesses and our key focus today, the business sector, that the key piece of legislation regarding unethical business practices in Fiji is the Fijian Competition and Consumer Commission Act of 2010, which is called the FCCC Act. Not all unethical business practices under the Act may be considered corruption, right? Not everything that happens is corruption, but it is important that businesses comply with the FCCC, as non-compliance may result in penalties and expose your business to greater corruption risk. As well as establishing the FCCC, the Act gives the Commission certain powers, including the power to fix and declare the maximum prices or charges by any person for the sale of goods or the performance of services with approval of the minister. It also outlines provisions on restrictive trade practices, which lessen competition or fix prices. Again, it is important for business owners in Fiji to be aware of these laws. And of course, if in doubt, the relevant institutions are there to help you understand the laws and also understand how to implement the laws adequately. Consumer protection and unfair practices. The FCCC Act includes a wide range of other provisions. They include, for example, misleading and deceptive conduct, offering gifts and prizes, adulteration, and harassment and coercion. For further information on the Act or any other matters in this implementation, of course, as I mentioned, you can refer to the toolkit, but it's always best to refer to the most updated legislation that is available with the institutions and the relevant authorities for any questions or advice. Now we define some of the issues and some of the international commitments and requirements in the context of Fiji and how these requirements are translated into legislation. And I think the most logical next question is then how do I protect my business? What I can do to help my business and to implement this the legislation, but also to prevent corruption and promote integrity and good governance within my own business. With growing globalization, I have to share that the pressure on the private sector has been increasing to create effective business integrity and ethics programs. There is very, very little tolerance. I would say there is zero tolerance on businesses being involved in corrupt practices, and this is increasingly regulated by international laws as well. So stricter regulation requires and incentivizes companies to strengthen compliance with rules and regulations. Two well-known examples are the US Foreign Corrupt Practices Act and the UK Bribery Act. If, for example, your business sells or sources materials or services from overseas, then you need to be aware of these international requirements. So when interacting with other countries, there are certain international laws and regulations that may be of relevance to you. And it's always good to be aware of these rules and regulations, because it will help you better run your business and better protect your business from corrupt practices, and also promote investments and international cooperation. Ethical business practices can have huge benefits. They can create tangible business advantages, such as access to opportunities, preferential conditions, improved market access, higher reputation and customer loyalty, and increased attractiveness to talented employees, for example. So in the final part of this presentation, I will run through the 5 practical steps that are given on the screen that you can take to protect your business against corruption, and you improve your business integrity. So this is the first step, which is identify high-risk areas and develop a plan. So this is along the lines, what can I do, and am I powerful myself to do anything? My words are yes, yes you are, and there are many things that one can do at individual and organizational level to promote business. First of all, personal integrity, I would say, individual integrity, and then organizational and business integrity, and of course then as community and society at large. It is everybody's role and duty. So the first practical step you can take is to identify areas of work that might be of high risk of corruption and develop a prevention and mitigation plan. Conducting a basic corruption risk assessment is fundamental to this process. And this assessment should follow, as you see on the screen, 3 basic steps. One is identify the risk factors. Why and how corruption occur in my business? That is the critical question. The second is to rate those risks. So to consider which risks are most important or really critical risks that you see. And then you will need to look at the probability that those risks could occur, right? Sometimes there is a high risk, but then maybe the probability is very low for that risk to actually happen. But you need to make this assessment, like, is this, what is the gravity of the risk, right? And what is the impact of the risk should the risk happen? And the third is, once these risks are established and identified, then it is of course recommended for this risk to be translated into a plan. We call it mitigation plan, risk mitigation plan, as to how these risks can be addressed. So what control mechanisms can be put in place, what can be done to address this risk. So a basic corruption risk assessment should also identify any potential conflicts of interest or areas where facilitation payments, for example, may occur or be required. So conflict of interest, just to clarify, commonly occur when a personal interest or relationship could affect the impartiality of a person to make effective business decisions in their daily duties. Sometimes it really requires more analysis. It can be a gray area. It's not always very straightforward or clear whether there is conflict of interest, so there is always good to discuss whether in fact somebody's, for example, a relationship with somebody, maybe they're cousins, maybe they're neighbors, maybe they drink coffee together, whether this relationship is actually affecting the decision making and impartiality of the business. So I think this is where actually we identify whether there is conflict of interest or not. Requests for facilitation payments or grease payments. If you hear the words grease payments, sometimes it's used like to grease something, right? To go faster. So if you hear grease payments, what is actually meant is facilitation payments may arise also when your business interacts with public officials and agencies. So I spoke about identification of risk. So maybe just to clarify a little bit more that what is the definition of risk, or what we mean by saying risk. So risk is a function of the threat of an event, which is the probability of it occurring, as I mentioned, and its severity, right? The harm produced or the harm it can potentially produce. So a very rare high consequent event needs to be given different consideration, for example, from a common everyday threat, which has perhaps only smaller consequences. So this is also where we need to analyze and see what exactly is the risk and what is the gravity or severity of the risk. When we speak about corruption risk assessment, there are some basic questions that can be used to frame your approach, right? Because these are not prescribed and cast in stone. These are guiding questions, and sometimes you may even add some questions or maybe reduce some questions, but these would be the questions that should guide your approach to assess the risk areas, especially the high risk areas in your business. So you can use them to think deeply and tease out potential risks so that they can be addressed. It is also valuable to discuss them with your employees. If you have currently a business, or hopefully you will own, or even if you are part of a business, maybe you are just an employee, but it's always great if this is part of the culture of any firm and any business, and that every employee is actually part of this culture, which should be fostered and promoted within the business sector. So it's always great to discuss within the business entities to determine the areas in the businesses where the employees, for example, may think that are vulnerable. Sometimes even the manager may not have a full picture if he does not get some feedback from employees, for example, from the finance person, from the HR person, to get some feedback in terms of what are the potential opportunities for corruption, are there risk areas. So it's definitely very, very healthy to have an internal healthy dialogue in terms of identification of the risk areas and also identification of solutions. What can be done? What more can be done? What we can do together as individuals, but also as an organization. So if you give, I'll give you a moment just to read through them, and you don't, of course, need to memorize them now. They're available in the toolkit and online. It's just for you to give you an idea what areas and questions are covered in this exercise of corruption risk assessment. So it is also useful to think about any past experience in your business, if you have a business, or in a business that you have interacted with, and how this potentially can be applied, and whether these are relevant questions that cover all possible steps and approaches, and whether they would be applicable in some specific situations in your own businesses. Once these risks have been identified, your risk assessment must then account for the probability of this risk occurring and for the harm caused, right? So I'll refer back to the risk equation here, which is, I think, quite straightforward. These harms may include, for example, financial harm to your businesses and the economy, for example, through extortion or unpaid taxes on illicit goods and services, as well as physical harm. For example, people exploited in the provision of illicit goods and services, and the victims of threats and coercion may also be subject to actual physical harm. So now, once we have completed our corruption risk assessment and analysis, I think one of the next logical questions would be what can be done, what types of actions can be taken for us to further create resilience and prevent corruption in the best way we can. We recommend developing a simple action plan, right, on how your business will prevent these risks or mitigate the consequences of them should they occur. One recommended item here, as you will see on the screen, is creating a code of conduct for you and your staff to comply, right? Then developing some internal controls and ensuring that you and your staff are effectively trained in identifying, preventing, and handling instances of corruption. I'll just also talk you through these steps now. Creating a code of conduct, right? I assume that most of you would know what is this about, or you will assume what is the code of conduct about. it's quite a universally used tool in all sectors, right? We have codes of conduct for public servants, we call a code of conduct in private sector, some civil society organizations as part of their internal governance systems adopt code of conduct. Sometimes it's at the level of umbrella organizations, for example, for business sector, etc. So code of conducts are relatively universally accepted tools for corruption prevention. So a code of conduct is a statement of principles and values that establishes a set of expectations and standards for how an organization, government body, company, affiliated group, or individual will behave or is expected to behave, right? It should outline how you and your employees will behave when making decisions, facilitating business transactions, or conducting any other business activities. Any code should be reviewed regularly so that the business and employees have ownership over it, right? It is important for the code of conduct to be clear so that the language should be understandable for everybody, concise. So it should be understood easily by all employees, right? From the lowest rank to the highest rank. So everybody has equal understanding what are the standards of conduct. It should be aligned with the core values of your business and with basic ethical principles in Fiji. It must be accessible to everyone, and it helps if it is visually attractive and available in different forms, right? Source, copy, hard copy, for example, sometimes organizations would print the code of conduct and put it up on the wall in a form of poster. So employees can actually have a look at the code of conduct and remind themselves every now and then as to what are the standards of conduct and behavior in the organization. So providing examples is also a good way to explain different situations and scenarios. And you might need to plan to provide your code of conduct in more than one language. In Fiji, for example, if it's needed to have it translated, then it's of course up to the organization to decide and to see how it can be really accessible to every employee. And if translating it would make it more accessible, I think it's a good way forward. So how do I create a code of conduct? Two useful starting points for Fiji for creating a code of conduct. For example, are the Fiji Commerce and Employers Federation Model Code of Conduct and the Pacific Islands Private Sector Organization Discussion template. So these are just some templates and examples. As I said, the code of conduct can also be developed from scratch. But it's always good to consult good models, and especially if there is kind of at the level of federations, for example, business federations, when there are certain kind of modeling, like how do we want the business sector as a sector, as an entity, we would like to kind of have it across the sector through the federation. Alternatively, the toolkit provides a set of questions that can help you guide your discussions with your employees. Again, those provided in the toolkit, we will provide the link at the end, but I'll give you just a moment if you would like just to read them through. And yes, we can also discuss it after. Enforcing your code of conduct. Well, the code of conduct, many people say is just a piece of paper. For many people, and in many dialogues, you will hear, okay, this is just something written on the wall, and many times it doesn't seem that it is enforceable, right? If it's just a declaration of what we would like to be, or to how we would like to behave. So it is very, very important that you demonstrate your commitment to ensure that your business identifies and mitigates corruption, and your decision to actually enforce your code of conduct sets the tone, sets the example, right? How your business will operate. So it's very, very important. And I'm not sure that it's part of the toolkit, but commitment from the top is critical. It's always like leadership and commitment from the top sets the tone, sets the language, how we would like to behave and how we would like everybody else in the firm to behave. So role modeling from leadership, from managers, from executive officers is very, very important. A lack of enforcement of the code of conduct will, of course, cause inefficiencies and ineffectiveness. While most small businesses will task, for example, the CEO or the business owner to manage the code. You may, for example, may appoint a compliance officer or a person who will be another employee that would be kind of responsible to ensure, to manage the code in a way, just to follow up and to periodically ensure that you are compliant, that it is enforced. And of course, that the firm actually has the capacity and has the knowledge to actually enforce the code. The third tool or the third step is really to build effective internal control systems. This is also a strong anti-corruption measure, right? It's a sine qua non, right? If you don't have strong internal control systems, there will be a lot of opportunities for corruption. If there are kind of gray areas and gaps and unregulated things, then of course there will be opportunities for corruption. And sometimes it's essentially, maybe there is not even intent, but there may be lack of knowledge. Just people just simply don't know. So it's always important for the knowledge to be improved, like what is legal, what is the legislation, what is corruption, and how we can prevent it ourselves, and if it occurs, for us to address it. So a key way to avoid corruption is, as I mentioned, to develop internal control system, and one component of that is internal checks and balances. Without doubt, the existence of real oversight acts to deter corrupt and unethical behavior is very, very important. Many of the internal controls that prevent corruption can also help make your business more efficient. This could save your business money that may have been lost due to error, due to fraud, for example, or inefficiency. So consider the 4 I's principle, and this is a principle also of PIPSO. And what it means is that the events like payment of invoices or signing checks, for example, need to be approved by at least 2 people. So this is about checks and balances, right? So that there is no concentration of power. And sometimes we call it principle of 4 I's, and there are 2 persons really checking the documentation and ensuring that everything is compliant, everything is following the laws. So include building and maintaining a good knowledge of your customers, and business partners. Sometimes you may need to conduct background checks whether this company, maybe some business partners may be blacklisted or they have been involved in corrupt activities. So it's always great to check. And do not turn a blind eye to corruption in business partners. So a company's reputation, of course, can suffer considerably if it is associated with corrupt partners. Create a reporting system. Reporting, it's as we mentioned, one is prevention, but then if corruption occurs, or if there is suspicion of corruption, right? Sometimes until it's proven that it's corruption, we cannot say it's corruption, because then there is of course a due process should take place. But essentially, the gist is that encourage employees to report corrupt acts, be simple, clear, secure. convenient. Whenever somebody informs about corruption, there are certain ways for the identity to be protected and protect the informer from threats. Sometimes they're also called whistleblowers. We have here the informer. Another way to call them is for people to really blow the whistle or to alert on some potentially corrupt activities. So make clear that honest informing will not result in retaliation, and identify internal processes once a corrupt act is the detecting. And finally, what are the external processes for reporting to relevant authorities? You need to be aware that this is, of course, needs to be handled by relevant authorities and reported accordingly. And finally, anti-corruption training. And as I mentioned, knowledge is power, knowledge is important. Sometimes we assume people know, sometimes people may just not know. It's always important to refresh knowledge, to refresh their understanding as to what are the legislation, what is legal, what is not illegal, and clarify any issues. So just to equip the employees, equip the business entity to be resilient to threats of corruption, and just really to model good business practices. So let me conclude now. I think we are just running out of time, but just really wanted to, it's quite a technical toolkit just to unpack some of the concepts. I hope that at least the presentation was a useful introduction to corruption and the importance of integrity in business. And I hope it has given you some practical ideas for how to ensure that your business is protected from corruption risks and unethical business practices. So in conclusion, I will just stress that corruption is detrimental to the overall business climate and opportunities in Fiji. That gender inequality supports corruption, and women entrepreneurs are more badly affected. Adopted a gendered approach helps make anti-corruption efforts more effective. Your knowledge and contribution to the fight against corruption matters, right? So it's not all bad news though, right? As the concepts of gender equality and anti-corruption are mutually reinforcing, seizing the opportunities to adopt a gender approach, I would say, to corruption in the business sector can help make anti-corruption efforts more effective. It shouldn't just be a declaration, it's something that we really mean. And we at UNDP are specifically interested in promoting gender equality and ensuring that women are really embraced in these efforts and not left behind. So I sincerely hope and believe that your knowledge and contribution to the fight against corruption matters. And by deciding to act to address corruption in your business activities, you will improve your opportunities. As women entrepreneurs, right, because the focus is today on women, and we will touch upon youth a little bit, but also in general, right? These laws are equally applicable to everyone, men, women, and everyone in Fiji and overall. So your actions and commitments will also directly contribute towards establishing and maintaining a corruption-free business environment in Fiji and promoting business integrity and responsible business practices. So finally, I should stress that your anti-corruption efforts will also contribute to the implementation of the convention, and it will also contribute to the Agenda 2030. I'm sure you're all familiar with the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. This is something Fiji and the Pacific and the whole world subscribe to achieve by 2030. So this is corruption, is really addressing corruption, is helping to towards achievement of all sustainable development goals, and they deal with poverty, hunger, climate change, a range of other development issues that are really part of our daily life. So really these efforts are not only a goal on its own, and they are and they're not an end for itself, but they are really contributing towards a range of other issues: job creation, businesses, growth in Fiji, growth of the economy, etc. So this specifically, the anti-corruption work is part of the SDG 16 on promoting peace, justice, and strong institutions. I feel obliged to mention it because this is an agenda also of the United Nations globally. And then Sustainable Development Goal 5 on gender equality and women's empowerment. So just maybe if you would like to Google a little bit on SDG 16 and SDG 5 on gender equality and governance, and then just think of the linkages and how these two are mutually reinforcing. So I think you can congratulate yourself for being at the heart of this important agenda. I really thank you for you are taking time and interest in this topic. It's sometimes really complex topic. It's very difficult to get an interest, right? It looks technical, but essentially I think it really boils down to our lives. Every one of us, if we don't make our own contribution, if we don't do our share in this fight, then there won't be any progress. We will all suffer. The society will not progress the way it would like to progress. So we should start from individually, from ourselves, and then our businesses, our families, of course, businesses, communities, schools. And if we all do our share, I sincerely hope and believe that there will be progress and there will be a change that matters. So thank you very much for your attention. This is just how the toolkit looks, and the link to the toolkit is available online if you may wish to download it. And there are lots more information there. Also some excerpts from the legislation, links to additional resources and materials, and importantly to the organizations where you can seek more information, more details. The Fiji Independent Commission Against Corruption is open always for advice. They have been provided trainings also to interested private sector organizations. So if you have any technical questions, but also I wish to thank WebC. They have been part of the process and really identification. And I saw Eseta is already here. Thank you, Eseta. I'm sure she will also share some very, very useful reflections. So this is nationally owned agenda. As UNDP, we are just facilitating, supporting, addressing the needs as they were communicated to us, or the leadership is by the national institutions. So anything that you would like to know that is related to the legislation in Fiji, always consult the relevant institutions. And we really look forward to seeing you perhaps getting a little bit more interested in this topic, getting more information and trying to implement some of these ideas. I thank you very much. Time is running very fast. If I may ask my colleagues, because I think it's very relevant also for you to hear a little bit more on the youth and business integrity and how this is mutually reinforcing. I would like to ask, I have my colleague Avanish here and also Annette Kumar, you may know him. He's from the USP Student Association as well, and also very closely collaborating with UNDP on promoting business integrity among youth. So perhaps just if you don't mind, few reflections from them, and then maybe we can just take some questions, if that's okay. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sonia, for that very comprehensive presentation. So Sonia mentioned a bit about this UNDP toolkit that we have, and it's called a Business Integrity Toolkit for Young Entrepreneurs. And we are happy to share the link after, but I think it's an opportune time to have this conversation around why you as young entrepreneurs, because even if you are studying over here, students in the room, at some stage you will go into the workforce, right? And you are thinking already about your career prospects. Some of you are already entrepreneurs, perhaps in your own way, maybe even maybe you might be engaged in supporting others as well. So I want to link back to the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. I'm sure many of you in the room would have heard about SDGs. So in particular, SDG 16, which is on anti-corruption, and SDG 16.5 talks about substantially reducing corruption and bribery in all forms. So you have heard this morning about corruption, and you have heard about bribery and other forms of corruption as well, right? And so therefore, what is your role in this? There's an important priority under the Sustainable Development Goals that youth employment, and in particular, decent job for youths. Young men and women have access to decent productive work. And it is very critical for young entrepreneurs to set up businesses for the first time and to get it right, on the right footing. It doesn't just mean that you will just start up any business. I mean, we obviously encourage ideas, innovation, and you are at the helm of it. But at the end of the day, the two principles over here is you want to start on the right foot with ethics and with integrity. So that we mentioned a lot about risk. And the biggest thing is reputational risk as well, right? If you put your footing over there and somehow you haven't done enough due diligence in the first place in terms of identifying your suppliers or, who are your vendors, if you don't do all of these ethical considerations and you don't operate with integrity, your business can shut down in one day, literally. So therefore, you need to be consideration about this in terms of business integrity. And the toolkit, which is developed, in fact, by the UNDP FairBiz, this is Fair Business Practices, and it was developed for the ASEAN region in Asia, and it was developed with the Youth Collab. So it's a very interesting read. It's not very hard reading, as you say, for students and for young entrepreneurs, it's much more easier. And this particular toolkit encourages young people on starting own businesses to operate with integrity at the outset, implementing new ideas and commercial values in terms of clear values and a very strong code of ethics. So we will leave the link with Vanessa. Perhaps she can share that. But now I call upon Anit just to share a bit. Yes. Thank you, Sonia. So yes, it's available online. If you want to Google it up, it's the UNDP Business Integrity Toolkit for Young Entrepreneurs. And if you do UNDP FairBiz, you'll obviously be able to find more material on it. So now I call on Anit just to share a bit of reflections of a Pacific Youth Summit that we did last year over here under the UNPREC program, and what were some of the outcomes in terms of business integrity for youths. Thank you.
Thank you, Avanish, and good afternoon, everyone. I'll just quickly share the summit. I think majority of the summit participants were from USP, and very good time to check that release out. Okay, so the Pacific Youth Summit took place last year in December in collaboration with the UNDP Pacific Office and funded by the New Zealand Government of Foreign Affairs and Trade. 5,123 youth leaders and students from USP from across more than 12 member countries came together in the same room, not physically, of course. They were connected via Zoom, and there were people physically present here. And we had some amazing panel discussions led by Young Entrepreneurs Council. We had a speaker from Samoa, from Fiji, from Palau, as well as from the Pacific Islands Forum, to speak about the values and the importance of integrity and the need for stronger youth action. So this builds into a more of a regional strategy for Pacific peoples, Pacific people places and prospects. And bringing young people together has highlighted to the summit that there's a huge knowledge gap across our member countries, especially when it comes to topics of anti-corruption, SDGs, as well as youth and integrity. So, and in that regard, based on the outcomes, there were 5 outcomes from the summit. The first one is there was improved knowledge of the importance of integrity and stronger youth action on anti-corruption, transparency, and accountability to achieve progress on SDGs. The other one was improved knowledge and about the indivisibility and the linkages between SDGs, good governance, related to youth employment, decent jobs that my colleague Avani shared, and the future prospects. The third one being improved knowledge that the business sector can only be sustainable and unleash more opportunities for growth if it is firmly grounded on the values of integrity. The fourth is the importance of vibrant youth dialogue, using meaningful engagement and discussion between development and governance. And the last one being the creation of a coalition of emerging youth leaders who can respond to unique Pacific challenges with integrity, resilience, and innovative thinking. So you can take a look at the release of this press release. It's on the UNDP Pacific website, and see more of this. But I'm very pleased that we are almost finalizing the 2022 Pacific Youth Summit that we will deliver this year, with support from UNDP again and New Zealand's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. And I hope that all of you can be part of that Pacific Youth Summit. Of course, it will be not a one-day Pacific Youth Summit like last year, but we are expanding it based on the outcomes of 2021's Pacific Youth Summit and the need for more dialogue, more vibrant dialogue involving young people, businesses, good governance partners, and other actors, state and non-state actors across the Pacific region and beyond. So those were some few reflections in regards to the Pacific Youth Summit and how we created linkages between young people, good governance, economic development, economic growth, and Pacific resilience. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for our team from UNDP? Any questions? This is an opportune time for you to ask about the toolkit or anything else. Yes. Sorry, I'll just give you the mic for you to speak. Thank you. Yeah.
That speaker, the one just spoke now, will he be focused on the age group, or is it open?
Thank you for that question. Very important question. And I forgot, apologies, I forgot to highlight one of the primary ideas behind the summit was to bring together people from all walks of life to hold what we call intergenerational and interregional dialogue. So we won't focus really on age group. We will try and balance, especially in terms of female and women's participation, experienced professionals and other stakeholders and young people, so that we can have an intergenerational dialogue, those speaking from experience and those who are new to the field. So we had a bit of intergenerational dialogue in the summit, but this year we'll make it bigger. So we won't really be focusing that much on age group to make it more diverse and ensure that meaningful intergenerational dialogue takes place.
Yes, I think that will be very great, because like most of us, we are retired government workers, and at least we have a chance for enduring our what we have learned from our past to something like taking part in this kind of issues like what you have brought up. And concern on the first speaker, I think most of the thing that we have learned while we were a civil servant, it was just continuous with the UNDP thing. But concern on the woman, are you people going to fund the women in anything, in any part of, like you have put that out in that, like if we are interested, we can, is there an email address so that we can collaborate ourselves in? I mean, inviting you to go to be a speaker in our.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yes, for the questions. We are open for cooperation. Some our activities are normally annually planned, and we implement them in cooperation with the relevant institutions. But we also work with other stakeholders. Sometimes we just embrace participants from other sectors, but if you have any specific idea or interest, please feel free to approach us, and then we can inform you what are the plans. And yes, we can. We definitely have opportunities for cooperation and participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
If I may just add on to that, with USP SA and with USP, if you go back to their websites, this year, particularly under our project, we have had a lot of sessions on right to information, which was an advocacy that we did specifically for youth and women entrepreneurs. And now we are developing sort of a innovative digital tool in relation to accessing right to information. So we'll continue this work with both USP and USP SA as well together in the next phase. So stay tuned to their websites as well on social media, because there'll be an opportunity for you to be able to contribute to these sort of dialogues on women and right to information as well. So
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? No. Okay. Thank you very much. If you can just give our team from UNDP a round of applause again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the very informative session that you just given in presentation, Vinaka.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will call upon Ms. Eseta, who is the chair for the Women Entrepreneur and Business Council, to give a presentation, Vinaka. Thank you, Eseta. Yes.
We'll get there. Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. I'll just introduce myself. My name is Eseta Nandakwitavuki, and I wear a number of hats in the community. The first hat is I work for Westpac, so I make sure that I wear the Westpac t-shirt to represent my 9-to-5 job, and I look after the microfinance and women's markets. The other hat I wear is what I'm going to talk about today, and I chair the Women Entrepreneurs Business Council under the Fiji Commerce and Employers Federation. Firstly, I'd like to thank Vanessa and the USP team for inviting us to impart some of the things that we currently do and some of the things that we plan to do. So thank you again as well for your presence here today. And I do hope that in the next 45 to 1 hour, I'll still see a room full of you, not running away because you're getting bored with the presentation. I'm sure that I'll make it exciting. And I also feel that I'm already answering some of the questions that have been asked, especially the lady that asked the question about what UNDP is doing for the women entrepreneur. I think the answer is what I'm going to share with you all today. So like I mentioned that, okay, I'll just say, you just have to bear with me. Once I get the hang of this, I should be able to be okay. I'll wear my glasses when I need to. I didn't really want to because you'll then check the age. but I'll have to probably wear it at times. Now, under the Fiji Commerce and Employers Federation, I sit on the board as well for the for FCCC. So I'll use some acronym during my presentation. The Women Entrepreneurs Business Council, I'll probably use WebC, so you know what I'm talking about, because otherwise it's quite a mouthful. Now, under FCCC, we are the employers, largest employers association in Fiji. Under the umbrella of the FCCC, we have councils. You can see that the 7th council is the council that I chair, the Women Entrepreneurs Business Council, and we started off in 2013. So come next year, we'll be turning 10 years old. We do have a strategic plan that we started off in 2013 that took us from 2013 to 2016. Then we had a lull in between. And then in 2018, we revised our strat plan that took us from 2018 to 2021. Now, how we treat our strategic plan is actually, it's a living document. It's not a document that just sits in a cupboard somewhere that's just collecting dust. No, that's a no-no for WebC. We make sure that it's a living document and we implement and activate the things that we put in our strategic plan. Now, we are in the process of reviewing the next strat plan that should take us from 2022 maybe to 2027. Maybe it's a 5-year plan. We're trying to do the strategic planning review probably end of May. We've just come out from one of the convention, which I'll share later on. Now, we've got a vision. And you know, a strat plan common, it is a vision. Now, our vision is women entrepreneurs invigorating the nation. It's quite a strong statement, but we believe that we can do it. No disrespect to the men folks that are sitting here today, but I'll focus more on the women. Now, when I talk about the qualities of entrepreneurs, the skill set that entrepreneurs need to have, it doesn't disqualify you. You can then associate or identify yourself into that, but it will be more on the women. So with that vision that we revised in 2018, we also have a mission to support women entrepreneurs in sustainable communities, and I'll share some of the work that we already do in the community. And we have values. So what you see up here is basically the common things that you see in any strat plan or corporate plan that you may. So the values, integrity. I'm glad that I joined the room here while Sonia was talking, because we had a partnership as well. And she talked about this toolkit. She had the link shown, but I've got the book because I'm an old school sometimes. I really don't believe in that. So even when I came today, I have I printed a hard copy just in case, like I was having this problem, with the system. But nevertheless, I know it's the digital age, but I still prefer to hold my book and my paper just in case it doesn't work. So we've got the values, you can name it integrity, profession, anything that you think of the value, it's there. But what is the challenge for our members is to actually live up to these values. And I'm going to talk about that as we go along. Now, from the strat plan, we also have objectives. And 2 of the objectives is basically to migrate women-owned business that are currently in the informal sector and transit them through to formal sector. Okay, that's one of the objectives. And the other one is to engage in capacity building for our members. We are very inclusive. We don't exclude any women that come. At this point in time, I can also say that I represent about 200 financial WebC members. And also we have about 300 plus followers. So when I talk about followers, we have a Facebook page. The women that just like our page, I call them as our followers. And I'm encouraging them as well to join and become financial members. But going back to being inclusive, we look after women from the informal sector to formal and different sizes. We call them the micro-sized business, the small to medium enterprise. So we don't say no if you inquire for something. We welcome you to join our members and see what we can offer. So from the strat plan, we have a vision, we have a mission, we have a values, and from there we have performance goals. We have our WebC coordinator sitting with, have joined me today, and you can always talk to her as well in regards to joining and what's in it for you to become a member of WebC. So you can see, you can read what's our performance goal up there, boost and enhance the members profile. And I'll talk about how we do that, because the important thing here is we've got this, but how do we do it? How do we help our members to do it? Advocacy and consistent promotion of WebC interest. Each and every performance goal, we have a champion within WebC. So I champion the advocacy. So I go and knock on the doors to say, hey, here we are. What can we do together? What's your interest? What's my interest? Then we collaborate. So I actually champion the advocacy role. Then we have the green capacity. We all know green, orange, blue, all the different colors that's coming. Green associated with all the reducing of carbon footprint. We also trying to get our women entrepreneurs to actually instill in their business policy or their policy on the green, inculcate all these green initiatives into the policy. Of course, we've got a dedicated secretary to support and funding. Now, I put funding because our members, for them to become financial members, they pay a $50 joining fee, just a one-off fee, and a $54, the tax. I'm not too sure about what's the tax, but it's $50 plus tax every year. So you can say every year it's an investment of $54 from a financial member to enjoy the benefits that we offer. It's a small investment, but the things they get is much more. That's why we need some funding partners to help us activate and implement the activities under these 5 performance goals. These are our members. We have handcrafters, we have weavers, we have bakers, you name it, we all have it. We have also corporate members, and they are on that side. Bankers like myself. We have lawyers, professional lawyers, not bush lawyer like myself. We have HR specialists. We have executive. Like I said, we are very, very inclusive. Now, I talk about the performance goals and the how we achieve or activate or implement those goals. One of the things we came up with is mentoring sessions. We actually had 2 mentoring sessions. One was held in the East, one was held in the West. It's an 8 weeks program. So what we do is we actually just use our members. We know their strength, we know what they're good at, and we use them. So the mentoring program that was run for 8 weeks was just actually done by one of our members that's based in Lautoka. That was a specialty, and we got her to do a program for us. What happened is, you probably identify that's Ramba Chakal. He used to be a CEO for Flour Mills of Fiji. He's the mentor. And Renee, one of our members who managed the greenhouse, is that greenhouse, under the Kukai brand. And she's the mentee. So that's what we do. We pair up a mentor to a mentee, because we believe with the number of years of work, for me, especially with the women, I believe that we women, we need a hand-holding exercise at times. We need to have a mentor that can give us the advice that we need. We need a mentor that we can lean on when the times are hard. We need to have a mentor that can congratulate us when we achieve something great. Women, we need that. So hence the reason why the mentoring program was established. We still have that booklet, and we plan to continue to have this business mentoring program with our members. The other one is the Toastmasters training. Now, as a woman and working with women in the community, regardless, we have a fear of public speaking. You agree with me, ladies? And even the guys too, they're scared to come up here and talk. So they can't say they mantra, they can come and talk. No, everybody have these butterflies before they come and talk here. We all do that, but we need to be trained on how to manage that situation. I mean, you talk to me, if I got the invitation from Vanessa like 20 years ago, 15 years ago, I would have said no, I wouldn't come. But I've gained the confidence through training, practice, rehearsing. I sometimes talk to myself before when I'm driving to a place where I'm invited to speak. So as soon as I get into the car, I start to talk to myself. And I always fear the thought of people looking and say, oh my gosh, there's a woman there that's talking to herself, but I'm reciting and rehearsing. So when I hit that door, I'm good to talk. I know the UNDP was taking up my time, but I said, that's fine. I was just trying to warm myself in the seat, but I was ready to go with my presentation. So what we've done, ladies and gentlemen here, we introduced the Toastmasters training. I even have to go through it 2 years ago, because it's fun. And we, like I said, we're still learning, and our women have come out of it. They graduated, or they're my pictures there too. We were part of the Toastmaster. Now, this is one pillar that we will continue. Why? Because I personally believe, and it's a fact, that our businesswomen need this training. Because if you're a businesswoman, hello, you're going to sell your product. You're going to sell the service that you offer. So how are you going to sell it? You're going to hide behind the counter and get somebody to do the marketing? No, people will want to come and see, whose idea was this? This is a great idea. I want to talk to that person. You can't shy away. You have to come out and say, yes, that's me. What more do you want to know about this product? And then you just talk about it. So women, you need to talk about your elevator pitch as well. That's something we talk about. We learn, in 3 minutes or below 2 minutes, you need to talk about your elevator pitch. If somebody asks you, say a potential investor into your business, hey, come on, talk to me. I've just got a minute to go up this elevator. That's why we call it the elevator pitch. You need to spill out everything you want to talk to this potential investor. Then the other one is profiling of members. Remember, I talk about profiling of members, how we can improve our members on the other slide. Now, this is a monthly or maybe a 2-monthly thing. So what we do, we get our members to send in, and just to answer those questions in red. And then we've got our coordinator that put everything together. So what we do, once they do that, they agree to it, and then we send it out through our platforms. Facebook, now Fiona is very smart with Twitter. I don't have a Twitter account, so she puts it out on Twitter. We send an email blast. Sometimes it goes in the newspaper. So we use a connection to actually profile our members. And that is something you need to start thinking. If you're doing your business, you got to advertise yourself. Okay, maybe it's not a really good word to use, but I'm in the business. You got to advertise yourself as an entrepreneur, and what do you do? And this is how we help our members advertise themselves and advertise the business that they do. And we make sure that they have all their contact below that if you want to call them. The other one, like I mentioned, the inculcating of green growth strategy. We, at the moment, this is not something that we have put in the forefront to actually activate and implement, but we have done some awareness program, okay? We are not an expert in green. So what we do, we partner with the specialized people or the subject matter expert. They come in and they talk about green. At this point in time, I'll also mention that we got some funding from the Asia, is it Fiona? Asia Foundation. They're going to give us some money to do some sort of green growth awareness to our members, and not only the awareness program, but also to help these members to have a policy. We talk about the business continuity policy. You probably heard of it. BCP, if something happened, you need to have a BCP plan or business continuity plan. In addition to that, you can also have a green policy, because green is huge. Now, what we want to do, we're going to narrow it to just to suit our members. My thinking around it is just simple things like turning the light off when you're not in the room, switching things off when you're not using it, those little things. But we want to introduce that to our members to make sure if a potential investor is coming, oh, do you have this? Yes, I have it. Do you have a BCP plan? Yes. Do you have a green policy plan? Yes. And then they can fund this business. So those are the ideas behind having this as one of our pillars. The other one is on just capacity building, training, and workshops. So what we do, we actually do a training needs analysis to our members to make sure that when we provide or look out for the training, it's actually hitting that hotspot. That the need, not just saying, you know, sometimes we just say, oh, they need this training, provide this training to them. No, that is what you assume that they need. You know, when you do the training needs analysis, it's the need of your members. So there are a few needs. One is the felt need. You as a person, you feel, I need this training, but no, you probably need another training. One is the business need, what your employer, or in this case, what I probably think that my members need. No, we don't do that. We do a training needs analysis to make sure they tell us what they need. And then we provide the training and workshops accordingly. This is the advocacy. As you know, I mentioned that I take the lead role in our advocacy role. So what we do, we have partners, we have funders, we knock on doors to tell them, hey, we exist for now 10 years. We are credible. You know, we look after our members. We have this many members. We have this many followers. How can you help us? Because most of this is the former embassy for Japan. And we went and talked to them. Sometimes they'll say, well, it's good. They won't help. That's okay. The thing about advocacy is just for them to know that we exist. And if they want to help, we can reconnect with them again. So there is a need for us to actually start knocking on doors again to tell them on the work that we've done. And some of the things they ask is, number one, you need to have a strategic plan. So when I go on my advocacy role, I take a strategic plan and I share it with them. This is our vision, this is our mission, this is what we value, and these are the activities we want to achieve. This is how much we charge our members, so they can read between the line, hey, this group doesn't really have money. They need money from me to activate. And some of them, they already have pillars as well that they want to help women, rural-based women, or women entrepreneurs in agriculture or something like that. So once we connect, you know, the doors will open up for us. This is again bridging the gap. That's again one of our pillars. Like I said, I wear a number of hats, and you can see it there. I was wearing the hat of WebC, but Westpac has to go as well. I can't go without the red bank. So this is a trip again to satisfy or activate the bridging the gaps and leaving no one behind. So our bridging the gap role is basically, like I said, very inclusive. We want to help women in the rural-based community. This Nrombuta is not Nrombuta here in Taleb, if you're aware of our geographic thing. This Nrombuta we went is up in Navosan. We spent 2 nights there to go and provide a 2-day full-on training, not only financial literacy and the business basic workshop, but also we taught them how to have the understanding of the business continuity plan. We talked to them about ideation and value adding to their business. We even taught them how to plant mushroom. Remember my early slide, the lady that we were membering, the profile members, she always assists us. She's our member based in the West, and she helped us with, when we go out to the community to teach these women or even men on mushroom. So this trip went for 2 days. If you don't know where Navosa is, it's right up. So if you go to Singatoka, from Suva to Singatoka is 2 hours, and a further 2 hours or 3 hours from Singatoka up Valley Road, that's where Nrombuta is. So when you go into Nrombuta, forget about calling home, because you will not be able to call home. There's no connectivity. So there was no connectivity for us for the 2 days that we were there. But they are rich in resources, natural resources. They do grog cover. So I'm already working with some of them already since we went in, when was this? 2019, we went there. So I'm helping these women to start exporting small scale cover. And we call it the Nrombuta aged cover, because they told me, I don't know, they told me that their cover is only like 5 years and above, so 8 years and all that. So I said, well, you can use that, you know. So as soon as they said that I can use that, we can call your cover Nrombuta aged cover. And I said, you know, just like wine, you know, when they do wine, the longer the wine, the better, the stronger. And I said, the same concept here. If it's 8 years old, 10 years old, of course, you can call it the Rombuta kaba. That's your competitive advantage. So we now still liaising, and I'm like a hustler in between to get the grog and send it overseas. I remember one day we were having a very strategic meeting, and I was getting this call from this guy from Rombuta in Singatoka in the market saying, I'm about to weigh the grog now. Would you take it for this much? And I have to come back and say to Fiona, can you continue the meeting? This is a very important call I have to attend to. But that's all about helping entrepreneurs. Because I said, how much they're going to buy for? $50. I said, no. Because I told them, because if it's aged cover, don't sell it for $50. You got to know the value of how much it's worth. You stick with the $70 or $80. This is raw cover, not pounded yet, because I have to clean it and everything. You don't go below. You can take the cover back, you can come back, but you're not going to go down to $50 or $30. You need to know the value of your product. If you know it's worth $80, don't go down. And I remember, I'll just divert a little bit. I remember one of the ladies, she owns this boutique in Suva. And she came and spoke to some of our ladies. And she said that she doesn't give discount or sale. So her shop hardly go on sale because she knows the worth, how much her product was. But what she does to get some stock out is she'll add something else in there and keep the price the same. But she will not go down. So for example, it was Valentine's Day. So she tries to sell this bag. I'm just giving an example. So what she does, she's not going to reduce the price. She'll just add like a $10 bottle of wine into that just to add value. And she sells the bag with the wine and maybe a nice packaging, maybe can only cost her $2, less than $5. And it looks so pretty. And you say, wow, a bag and a wine, I'll buy it. Versus when you go in before the wine, you'll say, oh, it's just a bag. No, it's too much. But as soon as she put a bottle of wine there, I'll get it. You see the difference? Yes. So those are little tips. Imagine if I'm an entrepreneur, I'll be doing a lot of value add to all the products. Nevertheless, let's move on. We also introduced a loyalty membership card with WebC members. So all the WebC members, financial members, have a card and we get discount, and that's one of the benefits to be in the member, because you'll get a loyalty card and only our members, they come out. Say, for example, Value City. I shop at Value City. She is our member. We support her business. So if I do this, so she'll say, okay, you'll get a member card, you'll get a discount in my Suva shop only. This is just an example. Now, she dictates the terms. She'll say, not on the corporate night, not on the discount days, but on the normal day, you can then apply your card, which you get a further 10% discount, for example. So this is the membership card that we introduced for our members. This is something that we will continue to introduce to our members. And now it becomes the business as usual. So when a woman entrepreneur join our council, you get a welcome pack with all the rules and the do's and don'ts. And also you have a card as well that you can use on selected vendors or selected shops, and they are from our members as well. We do have our council meetings. All the 10 or 11 councils under the Fiji Commerce and Employers Federation have to have meetings on a monthly basis. We just had ours yesterday, one of our monthly meetings. So you can see that we have now introduced the virtual meeting and also the face-to-face meeting to ensure that we cater for all the members, especially when some of our members are based in the West and some of our members now are also in the North. So we are trying to increase our reach to our women all over Fiji. And we're also looking at the maritime women as well. Okay, we do encourage information session and networking opportunities. So because we have a lot of partners, whenever they have some visitors coming into the country, they invite us to actually host them. So this was basically the British High Commission, because they also assisted us in some of our activities that we have. And this was one of the information session. Now you'll see a safety net. Now the safety net, we introduced it during the pandemic. Okay, we have one of our members, she is a psychologist by profession. Like I said earlier on, we utilize our members. You know, we see their strengths and we just use them for some trainings that we have. So this lady, Lorraine Evans, she's a psychologist by profession. She runs some session to our women. We feel that during the pandemic, you know, the spirit was low. We all experienced that. Even me, you know, in a corporate world, because I was told you don't come to work, you stay from home. I resist. I said, what am I going to do from home? They provided us with the tools of trade, and then we have to rotate. And I say, man, I can't work from home. Man, they just wish they prolong it. But I have to go. During my term, I have to work from home. A lot of adjustments that we have to do, and I'm sure you did that too. But after a while, I started to enjoy it. You know why? Because the connectivity is not so good at home, not all the time. So when the connectivity is not so good, I get to know the time. So I can do my washing. I can then do my cooking. After lunch, I can nap. And they know, I told my boss, I do that. Then when the connectivity picks up, I can stay up till 10, 11. And they know, because they'll see my emails coming at 1 in the morning, 2, 11. They know. So they say, oh, Eseta is doing some work. So it's all a matter of adjusting and pivoting yourself to ensure that you go with the flow. You can't resist those flexibility. So going back to the safety net, then we realized some of our women were going through some sort of stress because, you know, the fear of the unknown. You know, they think, man, my business, what am I going to do now? Man, I'm not making money. So they were going through stress. So we introduced the safety net. Together with our coordinator, I said, please call our members. That's what she did for I think 2 weeks. She was calling them and just saying, how are you? You know, how's your business going? Are you coping? Do you need any help? You know what? We received an overwhelming response from our members. Some of them cried. They said, man, I just needed that call. You know, so if you're an entrepreneur at that time during the pandemic, borders were closed. It was something new to all of us. You don't know whether you're going to put food on the table, but just that call, you know, really lift up that spirit. And then we were so thankful that we introduced the call. That was one of the things. And the other one was just getting our psychologists to run some courses virtually. One on stress management. One on sleep deprivation, because people were not able to sleep because they were worried about tomorrow. So she was able to do that. And lately we introduced for another training on road rage, because women, if you're driving during this time, oh, the pressure, road rage. So we said, hey, our women can't be seen to be swearing and making signs to the driver or to the taxi driver. So we introduced the training. So all I'm saying is that's why women, we are different. And that's why the talk today was more for the women entrepreneurs. Because so we are not only looking after your business health, we were also looking after your personal health, because it's important. So road rage, we invited someone from LTA to give us stats. And then we got the psychologist who speaks very softly and calmly to talk to us about how to control our anger. And I can identify myself. And if my daughter's here, she's now here doing foundation. If she's here, she'll agree to it. Even now, I'm getting all worked up, especially if someone just take past me. I'm saying words that I should not say. And now let's say, oh my gosh, did I just say that? But because age, you know, we aging gracefully, and all this stress are coming, we are speeding and all that. So we have to introduce road rage training and stress management. And now we're also going to introduce, women, we go through menopause. And we are introducing that training, because men, you have to understand, if you're married, you have to, if you're still looking for your partner, you still have to understand, when you have a female partner, you have to understand, there's a certain age where they have mood swings. That you have to understand that they are going through menopause. And when they go through menopause, I don't know whether I'm going through that as well or not. I'm telling this younger generation, I'm not going through menopause because I want to be young, but I know at times I'm going through it. So we need to be taught as well on how to control the mood swings of being an entrepreneur. So I hope you are with me. You can understand why we, as the Women Entrepreneurs Business Council, have to go not only the business health, but also the health of the individual women. Okay. Now we do other activities. I'm going to the last couple of slides now. Now, I was so glad that Sonia mentioned about that book. We did a partner. This is other activities. And I'm not going to elaborate because she did a great job by talking about the corruption and work against corruption and all that. So basically that was something that we, the main headings of understanding the issue, why our women entrepreneurs are vulnerable to corruption. Because people take advantage of them. Men folks, you probably think, oh, she's a woman, she doesn't really know business. Let's con her with this. Let's go. No, women, you need to understand your business, and you need to understand all the ethical process that you need to follow. And also just define corruption. The corruption come in many ways. It can come in a way that you will probably think, no, this is not a corruption practice. It looks so innocent. It looks so real. It looks so good that it's hard for you to resist that offer. But it can be seen as a corruption activities. And why should and how do I protect myself and also my business against corruption and just promote integrity? Going back to our values as WebC, integrity is there. I'm glad Sonia mentioned about code of conduct. If you are starting a business or you have a business, it's good to have a one-pager code of conduct. It can be just a one-pager code of conduct and your values and things like that. Now, if you need more information, I think Sonia have mentioned about the link. I have the book. That's the difference between her and I. If you want the book, you come to me. If you want the link, you go to Sonia. Okay. Now, other activities that I want to mention. If you really look into our strategic plan, I think I'm good with my timing. I've got 10 minutes to 1. I will allow some questions time. Now, this is one of our latest activity. In our strategic plan in 2018, we talk about having a sustainable event. And it's called the WIN Convention. Can anybody tell me what WIN stands for? Give a guess. Give a wild guess. What is our vision? Yes. Women invigorating the nation. So if you see our vision, it's women entrepreneurs invigorating the nation. So what we did when we host this convention last month, we just took out the word entrepreneurs because we want to be inclusive. So we just use women invigorating the nation because we believe women can invigorate this nation. So we had a convention last month. The theme for the convention is pivoting to prosperity, especially after the pandemic. We've just coming out of it. We are not really out of the woods yet. So we want to pivot to prosperity. We attracted 120 delegates. It was only women. Unfortunately for the men folks, you can't attend unless you come in as a speaker or a moderator. But what we want to showcase, it's our first. And what we wanted to showcase, because it's a women invigorating the nation, we just want to show that women can do it as well. So we had speakers, majority were women, but we also get the men because I believe that we complement each other. You know, even though I advocate on women activities, but I still respect the guys or the men folks that without you, we can't be here as well. So we complement each other. So we had some men who came in as speakers as well. But the majority of the work, we just want to showcase that we can be the moderator, we can be the MC, the master of ceremony, we can be the more than 50% speakers, everything. We even invited the First Lady. That was her first formal outing to come and close, to be our guest of honor to close our convention. It went for 1.5 days. So the first day was actually just the opening, but the opening was done by the British High Commissioner, because they assisted us. They were the major sponsor, and we give respect to him. So he actually opened the convention on the Friday, but come Saturday, 8 o'clock, we were full on. We hook up to someone in Washington, and then she did the first hour. She's also an entrepreneur. Her name is Samira Cooks. You can Google it and you can see Samira Cooks. If you don't know about WIN Convention, I'll be disappointed. You know why? Because 2 weeks prior to the WIN Convention, we've been in the newspaper every day talking about a WIN Convention. If you watch Breakfast Show, I was there talking about WIN Convention. Even afterwards, just last week, I got the newspaper there. We have to share our outcome. So if you don't know WIN Convention, I don't know. You're not my friend today, because that means you haven't been reading the newspaper. So we come up with 4 thematic areas during the session, unlocking your potential, because I still firmly believe, we firmly believe that some women out there, the potential is still untapped. We need to unlock it, ladies. Unlock your potential. And then moving towards resilient business environment, that was based on the pandemic and the aftermath of that. Of course, digitalization. We got someone from Fiji Airways to come and talk to us about leveraging of digitalization and gearing for the future. And of course, at the end, we talk about flourishing business models with ethics and integrity for longevity. Quite a mouthful, quite powerful as well. And we made sure that the first session was opened up by a woman. You all know Imrana Jailal, a human rights lawyer. She's part of the inspection panel for World Bank. She kicked up the session, after the lady from Washington. And at the end, we made sure we ended with a good lady speaker as well. Okay, it's all about showcasing that women in Fiji can invigorate the nation. Now, we chose March because it coincides with the International Women's Day. Actually, we've claimed it. So please, if you are engaged in other women activities, don't choose March to do event, because WebC already chose March to have our WIN Convention. We shared our outcome last week in the newspaper. We're going to see the Minister for Women. We're going to see the Minister for Trade, because now the hard work's going to happen. I've been reminding the committee, it's not just a one day come to GPH and listen to the speakers and go back. No, we've taken out the outcome, and we're going to work with policymakers, the influencers, the shakers and movers in this country to assist us in implementing some of the outcomes. So I'll just share quickly. I'm just going on to my last slides now. We came out with 18 outcomes. I didn't put all here, but just one of them, a few I've put there. One is just the outcome is the need to pivot their businesses to capitalize on the current context with an increased focus on specific market needs. That's one of the skills that you as an entrepreneur need to do. You need to do your market research, find your niche market, and tailor make the product that you're trying to sell. See, the problem, I've worked with women with my other hat in Westpac for decades. I'm sorry to say that some of the women that I've worked with, just do, if my neighbor is doing this, I'm going to do that. The copycat syndrome, I call it. So we're trying to encourage them to think and create a new product or service altogether. Find your niche market. You can only do that if you do research. It's very important, ladies, that you get assistance, if you can't do it, to research in terms of product, in terms of where I'm going to open my shop. Location is very important. Another one is economic empowerment of women is vital for the pursuit of gender equality. We talk about SDG goal for gender equality. Again, it came out very loud and clear in the WIN Convention. And of course, the need for data. This is something that we don't have access to. I even asking the question, how many out of all the business that registered under the titles office or registrar's titles office, I want to know how many of those businesses are women owned. I still don't have the answer to that. So that is why we're calling out the need for data and stats to document and validate the challenges faced by women. The other one is increase women representation in boards and decision-making bodies to benefit women. And also there was a survey done, not only in Fiji, but worldwide, to say that when women sit on board, that corporate body improve financially, the bottom line increase. And I guess because the women, we are different by design from men. You'll agree with me. We have this nurturing spirit. We ask the hard questions, but in a very nice way, to put some thinking to the men, because the men, they're track minded. I read a book, it's not my word. I read a book that say the men are one track minded. So if they are already focused here, you say this is no, they just know this is where to go. But women, you are very multitask. Multi-skilled, and you can see they're laughing, even the men folks are, because they're agreeing with my statement. So that's what we're saying. So if women sit on the board, they'll ask those questions, and they're probably men. And that's why I said we complement each other. You can't have a room full of just board members, men. You need some women to ask that hard question, or maybe the important question. I sit on a few boards too, and we do that. There's a few women that ask that hard question. And we know, we can feel it that men probably don't like it sometimes. So, we said, well, that's why we're here as a board member. We have to ask the question, and please mean it that, so that if something happened, or at least a setter asked that question, but nothing was done. We have to be careful with that too, make sure. And also the need for coherent policies, to make sure that we encourage an enabling environment for businesses. We're glad that we no longer need to have business license, but you still have to register. Okay, that was a plus. And then a few years ago, you have to re-register your business every year. Come on, man, what's happening here? So that is not a very enabling environment, I call it. Okay. There's another one that I may not say it here, but for the purpose of this training, I may just say it as well. The name change for women. That's another challenge for us women. Now we ask, hello, we'll just pull from a birth certificate. For me, I'm talking from experience. I'm now a victim of that. And I'll say it openly here. I've got my passport because I have to change it. It's got my maiden name, because I need to change it. Expired in 2020. And I kept holding it in the hope that they will change their mind and go back to my married name. But when I went, they said, ma'am, do you want to change your birth certificate? For what? Because you will lose your married name. Well, be it. My birth certificate is my identity. The man, if you're a single woman, you're not affected. If you're a man, you're not affected. If you're a married woman that use your maiden name all these years, you're not affected. But a married woman like me for 30 years, I've used my husband's name, I'm affected. So now my passport's got my maiden name, and because I want to vote, I have to go and change my voter ID. They pull from my birth certificate. So I've got my birth certificate, passport, maiden name, my TIN, my bank account, or whatever else, has got my married name. So I went home and I said to my husband, I'm so sorry. Your name is slowly disappearing from my... It's slowly disappearing from my ID. I mean, that's a fact, am I correct? But some women have made, yes. And actually, when we went for the voter ID, I went with my other married women in Westpac. We came out and said, hooray, we are single women. We have our maiden name on our voter ID. So I went home, and that's what I said to my husband, but don't worry, I have these other IDs that's got your name. I married someone from Rewa, by the way, and I'm from Laos. So there you go with the need for coherent policies. So that's the name change came out very loud in the WIN convention as well. So we're just hoping that things change. Now what will happen is, and someone shared it, they just returned from Brisbane and they said, the same situation I'm in now. And she said, you have to take a step deck with you. And she said that's the first time she's ever seen a step deck become very useful when she traveled, because to confirm that, hey, this is the same person known as this person. So if you're intending to trap, planning to trap, those are things that you have to worry about now. Availability of responsive and intensified support at all levels. Women were encouraged to embrace their cultural identity and genuine social responsibilities. Those are few outcomes that came. The need for supportive entrepreneurship ecosystem, and this where the business mentoring come into place. Women were encouraged to establish partnerships amongst each others. You know, we are a tribe. We need to work together and share a best practice. So like I said, there were 18. I've just put a few here that I feel that you need to be aware of. Rural-based women entrepreneurs need strength and support. And like I said, with us, we have been to some rural-based community where we totally understand what they go through. No connectivity in Rombuta. How can they make business when they can't call? Even now, when I have to call, I use Messenger, I use whatever. And then in the hope that they will just go up the hill and they'll see, oh, there's a message from Meseta, I need to call her. We can't do business like that. So I'm calling, for a better infrastructure if we want to promote and enable an environment for business. And then, of course, the need to review current legislative and policy environment, especially in the cooperative space. Now, we invited the director, MC T and also cooperative to talk at the WIN convention, and just to share with us the cooperative model, because I believe, personally, I'm passionate about that. When I work with these women in the rural base, they fatigue. They go through this stage of fatigue. They are tired of doing business on their own because of the environment that we are in. So maybe cooperative is an answer to that, because it's a joint venture. So they will share the responsibilities. They will share the risks. We talk about business risk in the last presentation. So they will share all that. We talk about the challenge of credit, accessing credit. Now, the joint venture under the cooperative model, you don't have to fund everything. Like if you come up with your business plan and you said, no, I need 15,000 to start up my business. You don't have to foot up the 15,000 yourself, because if it's a cooperative model, then you're going to share that 15,000. Say if it's 15 women, 1,000 each, you got your initial capital. So that's what I'm saying. It is sharing. And I'm glad that presentation proved that model still exists in Fiji, and it's also a good business model, because they're making money. They're making profit. And that's the whole idea of business. We do have funders that help our council, that help us to activate and implement the activities that we have, or the training. So we're thankful to ILO. ILO in 2013 actually helped the Fiji Commerce and Employers Federation to start up our council. Like I said, we started in 2013. United States of America, they assisted us in, they still do that, under the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs, where we facilitate training. And we've already done 2 sessions. That's a 7-month training for women entrepreneurs, or someone that's thinking of doing business. They come under the AWE, and we are implementing partner. We are so thankful to Fiji Women's Fund as well. If you look at it, you're probably asking, why do they need money? Now, our members only pay us how much? I mentioned the figure, $54. $54, if you think of all the activities I've mentioned, we can't afford. So we'll need some injection from the funders to help us. Fiji Women's Fund was so, they could share our vision and our mission, and they supported us when we started about 3-4 years ago. Even though we're 10 years old, but we were doing activities. We are thankful that we're under the FCCC umbrella, because we were able to implement some of that. And then later on, we have to start expanding our wings, so we need the money. GIZ Pacific helped us to go to Ndrombuta and spend 2 nights there and do the training that we did with them. Now, the other thing at this point in time, all the trainings I've mentioned with WebC, we just don't do it once and forget about them and just a tick in the box for us. No, the Ndrombuta one, we went in 2019 in September, and then we had a lockdown. We visited them again in December last year as a follow-up, because I don't want them to read the newspaper and see my photo and say, oh, that's a Eseta, she came and she forgot about us. No, I want them to see that Eseta promised to come back and she did it. So I promised to go back in when I went in September 2019. I said, I will revisit you because I want to check that what we agreed to do, you've done it. So come December, we were just going to go, then the lockdown. And then December, I said, okay, except I'm not going to go back to Ndrombuta. Now you come down. We meet halfway. So we traveled from here to Singatok and Lawai village, and they came down. We met there. We did another 1-day training. So now I've already introduced the cooperative model to them. So I will, of course, visit them again to say, okay, what have you done? Because they need to come halfway. What I'm teaching the women entrepreneurs is you come halfway, I'll meet you. It's something like that, rather than what do you call it? Just handout mentality. Thank you, Avi. To me, I'm trying to come out from that handout mentality. If you want to be in business, you come halfway, I'll meet you, we'll go together. And the other one is the French Embassy. Of course, they've assisted us in our upcoming strat plan that we're planning to do to review. So basically, we need support from our funders. We'll do the implementing. I think we've now made our name in the community, and we are committed to ensure that we carry on and implement the things that we've planned to do. This is actually my last slide. When we review our strat plan in the end of May, we will definitely be continue with some of the performance goals, like the Green Initiative definitely will be there, bridging the gap, and some of the new things that have come out from the outcome from our wind convention. So we will definitely just weave them into the strat plan. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is actually my presentation to you, to talk to you about WebC, what we do, and what's in it for you if you decide to join WebC. We are here for you. We're very inclusive. If you need more information, you can just talk to us after this, but I will allow maybe 1 or 2 questions, burning question that you want to ask me. I will allow that. Any questions or maybe just clarification? Thank you for listening anyway. Yes. To WebC? It's easy. We are here. You can even register now. When she was asking the question, we said, man, she should join WebC already. So there is a form. There is a form that you fill because we need to know who you are, what's your business. See, if you're registered or not, that's okay. You can still join WebC. What we'll do, we will then help you to register your business. And they just pay the $50 joining fee to become financial member. And then the $54.75, I think, yearly, that's all you do. You pay us to become financial member. But you can still be our member and join our meeting and be part of it. But to enjoy, because sometimes when we do this training, that's when we say, okay, we'll give the opportunity first to our financial member. That's where the financial member comes into play. Yeah, so easy, no hard question. Even if you're not registered, it's okay, you come. We'll help you register your business. Any other question? Yes.
Hello, thank you. Firstly, thank you for the lecture and giving us knowledge about WebC. Before I ask my question, I'll introduce myself. My name is Sachinandan Sen, year 2 student here at USP. I just wanted to ask on more clarification on the Toastmaster training, specifically on what it encompasses, the objectives, duration, and any criteria on joining in.
Okay, we have to pay Toastmaster. There is a group called Toastmaster International. They're here in Fiji, and they provide the Toastmaster training. We can't just go and do it because otherwise it's copyright. So we have to use them to provide the training for us. We pay them, and it goes for 6 weeks. It's a 6 weeks training, but we only attend classes once a week. So it's more or less like a six-hour training. But why it's spread out? Because they give us homework, they give us reading, and they give you time to actually practice. So there's really no criteria. Whoever wants to be part of it, you'll have to speak with the coordinator for the Toastmaster International. One of them works for ILO, Veronica. She does that. So then we just liaise with them, we pay them, and they come and actually do it for us. But what you can get out of that is actually, it trains you to speak in front of a group. It teaches you the technique of speaking. You're not just focusing on one person. So when I'm here, I'm making sure that I'm scanning, not really maintaining my eye contact on one person, but scanning around. So you know that, I'm talking to a group, not just this group in the front. Those are the little techniques that you learn. And also they can just give you should be thinking on top of your feet, like they'll give you a topic and they'll just give you say a minute to talk on anything. And that 1 minute, I tell you, it can be the longest 1 minute, because they'll just tell you, just pull out something from this, and I can just pick up a pen. Now talk about the pen. OMG, 1 minute. And it's even hard to start. So that's what I'm saying. That 1 minute, it can be a very long 1 minute. And sometimes you'll start rattling away thinking your 1 minute is over. When you're done, they'll just say 48 seconds, something like that, but you thought you've been talking for longer. So they give you tips and hints on how to prepare before the presentation, how to present yourself the presentation. So it's great. You need to do that. But my aim and our dream WebC, we want to localize. I've been talking to Veronica. We don't want to pay Toastmaster International. Can we just Fijianize it? And she said, but you'll be doing copyright. Well, we don't call it Toastmaster. We call it something else, Master Toast or something. But we want to do it because, see, remember, everything we're doing, we want to make it sustainable, because we can't afford to be paying Toastmaster International all the time. I want to put training. So we want to localize it. And I'm sure one of our members can localize it with the help of them, and we run it ourselves. What do you think? Yeah, we don't have to go to Toastmaster International. We can run it ourselves. But that is the dream. That is the vision. If we can localize it. Just like our business mentoring, we now have the leaders guide. We can run it ourselves. I hope I've answered your question.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything else, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, I don't think so they have any more questions. Thank you again, Vanessa and the team at USP for the invitation. I do hope that you've learned at least something from this presentation. I always say that in my presentation. If you just take away one of the things I said, I'll be happy. Just one of the things I mentioned, I'll be happy for that. So thank you again. I wish you the very best in your future endeavors. Thank you so much, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Eseta, and the team from the Women Entrepreneurs Business Council. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our last session for the morning. We'll take a break now for about 30 minutes, and we'll go into the next half of the session where we have Samoa Business Hub. We have Mr. John Apted from Monroe Lees, and we also have the Fiji Revenue Customs. So you can take a break and come back. And if you'd like to take a photo or come and talk to our presenters this morning, please feel free. Thank you. Would you like to come? Maybe they'd like to take a group photo with you, so you can come down and take a group photo. Thank you. Please come, please. Yes. Okay. So you can, if you'd like to take a photo, you can come and sit in the front. Yeah. in the front over here, and then they'll just sit in the front and we'll just take a photo of you all. Thank you. Yes.
Lela. Lela. Ini yang penting.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just give SBH a few more minutes. They're coming on Zoom, so they'll log in from Samoa. So we'll just give them a few more minutes. Thank you.
Oh no. Hello.
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 Hi, Mr. Vatulia.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Vanessa. Are you ready?
Hi, Vanessa. Yeah, sure. Sorry we're a bit late in. Had a bit of a technical issue, but we're good now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do you have a presentation? Would you like to share?
Yeah, sure. I'll share screen from my end. That's okay.
Thank you.
All right. Can you see it? Is it?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you very much.
All right. Right. Shall I go ahead and?
Yes, thank you, sir. When you're ready, we'd like to thank you again for taking this time to come and speak to us here in Fiji at the University of the South Pacific Entrepreneurial Workshop. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
All right. Thank you very much, Vanessa. Again, apologies from our end for the delay. Bit of technical difficulties, but hey, it's third world problems. That's how we are. But here we go. I won't try and keep this as succinct as possible, and hopefully people will have some questions in the end. So the outline of the presentation is just talk a little bit about who Samoa Business Hub is. Like every organization, it's a bit about our values, our vision, our mission, the delivery of our strategies, our program support. So what does SPH look like in perspective? A bit about the challenges to small businesses, and then we talk about other support small businesses in Samoa can access. So Samoa Business Hub was formerly known as a Small Business Enterprise Center, or SPEC. It was set up in 1994 under an MOU between the government of Samoa and New Zealand to develop small businesses. So back then, the focus was to support women in the rural areas. And this was mainly because there was no financing for women to develop small businesses. Even when the banks have products to support small businesses, a lot of the women in the rural places did not have collateral to access finance. So Samoa Business Hub, or back then Small Business Enterprise Center, was set up to try and address this problem of access to finance. Again, back then with the focus on women in the rural area. That mandate is now expanded to include medium to large businesses, and also to include youth and people with disabilities. So we have been around for a little over 25 years. So 3 years ago, in 2019, 2019. We relaunched the organization as Samo Business Hub to celebrate its 25 years of services. So what do we value? We value integrity, honesty, professionalism, and mutual respect. We are accountable to our stakeholders and partners, and we strive to grow micro, small, and medium to large businesses so we can contribute to the development of Samoa. Our vision is aligned to that of Samoa's pathway to development strategy, and that is a sustainable economic and social life for all through business development, and the mission to lead and facilitate development support for sustainable business growth. So how do we achieve this? Well, the organization is set up in various units, and these are the key units that deliver this support. Now we have, for a long time, before the relaunch of the organization, we had the one business training and the one business program for everyone, regardless of the size of your business or the type of business that you're in. So over the years, and from that experience, when we relaunched the organization, we now have 3 specific units to support targeted sectors of SMEs. And that is, we have a micro and startup unit that we call Stream 1. We have a small business and medium business unit for Stream 2. Then we have our large business support unit, and that unit focuses on our other programs, such as our incubator and accelerator program. So those are mainly the business units that deal with clients that want to go into access to finance with the banks. And then we have our special project units. Now that unit deals with training programs outside of the guarantee scheme. Now, a little bit about those units and the access to finance component of the work that we do. So how it works is we deliver a number of business trainings within those units, and we'll get to that in a bit. And then the business support officers within the units will help the clients understand a bit more about the business that they want to go into. We can facilitate your connection with technical support from the sector that is specific to your business. And then, just talk a bit more about the kind of financing you're looking for and who the best partners you can talk to. So these are the program supports that are available. So in terms of business training, for the micro and startup unit, we have what we call a business nurturing program that's 2 weeks long. And that talks about uses a business canvas to outline the business vision for the client, kind of put into perspective their business idea, where they want to go. And, and sometimes at the end of these training, people will change their minds about what they want to do based on the learning and also the sharing from other participants in the training. In terms of the small business unit, we have a business elevate program, and that's a bit longer. It's 3 weeks. And then we have our business growth program, the larger program. Now that has 2 components. There's a 3 months incubator, and then we have a 10 months a 3 months accelerator and a 10 months incubator program. And that's an intensive program for people that have require a bit more capital for their startup or to take their business to the next level. In terms of access to finance, for those that want to join the micro and startup program, there are 2 access to finance pathway for them. There's a microfinance program that's operated by Samo Business Hub, and that's for financing up to 10,000. And these are your vendors, your agricultural, vegetable gardens, the village women that deal with mixed farming, handicrafts. And then they also have, we also have an MOU with the bank, and people that go into this program can access credit financing from the banks up to 20,000 tala. Now, remember in the beginning, part of Samoa Business Hub's support for SMEs is access to finance. And the problem that people had was they did not have collateral to access finance. So where do we come in? We operate a guarantee scheme that is supported by the government of Samoa and the government of New Zealand. And we operated in partnership with the banks in Samoa. And that includes all 4 commercial banks and the Samoa Development Bank. And so we operate this guarantee scheme with the banks to support credit financing or business financing for people that want to start or expand their businesses. At different levels, for those in the small business unit, those people can apply for whatever the loan is, but SBH will guarantee a maximum of up to 50,000 tala. And then in the business growth program, that's a bit higher. Our guarantee can go up to a maximum of 1,000 tala. In terms of business support officers, we have the advisory, we have the coaching, and we have the business planning and the business canvas. And those services are available to everyone, regardless of the program you're in. We also have a mentoring program, and that mentoring program is specific to Stream 2 and the bigger and the larger program for the incubator accelerator programs. We also have facilities that are available to everyone that participates in our programs. We have a library, we have online tools and resources, we have Moodles and website. So we have those available as well for the clients. We also have small meeting rooms and a teleconference, video teleconferencing room if they need to communicate with mentors from outside of Samoa, or even during the lockdown when we couldn't host face-to-face meetings with the clients. One of the key part of our support is networking, and that is we have access to other programs and other technical support. We're a member of the Samoa Chamber of Commerce. We have MOUs with our Samoa Associations of Manufacturers and Exporters. We have partnership with our Samoa Farmers Association, Women in Business, and various other organizations, business organizations in Samoa. So part of our support for businesses is we help connect them with relevant associations or groups or individuals that can help support the growth or the setup of new businesses or the expansion of existing businesses. And then again, with our special project unit, now these unit deliver, again, programs outside of the guarantee scheme. And we have a number of programs under that as well. We have our community programs in the villages with the local ministries. We also have some regional programs. We recently completed a program with, I see Esther Bates is there, with Esther and the team from GGGI. So those are some of the partnerships that we have ongoing at the moment. We have programs with ESCAP, UNESCO, GCF. We have a few other local programs that are in the pipeline at the moment. So in perspective, what does that look like? So we consider ourselves a bridge that help connect businesses with their, individuals with their dreams. How do we do that? Through the training, the advisory, the access to finance, mentoring, the networking facilities, currently the rehabilitation and arrears management for clients. So at the moment, our portfolio as at end of last month we're at a little over 400 clients at the moment. portfolio with a little over 14 million thala. For this financial year up to June, we have trained at least 3,000 participants. We also have a program, an accredited program with the Samoa Qualifications Authority. And our current portfolio is at 48% women. So challenges to small businesses, and from the outset, what we set up to do in the beginning was to address the issue of collateral access to funds, and that land is available, but a lot of the land in Samoa, especially in the rural area, are customary land, and those are not available for collateral. We have labor issues as well, small businesses, and that problem has been it's made worse by the current seasonal worker program, with a lot of the people leaving Samoa for the seasonal worker program and leaving an already existing gap for small businesses. And then, of course, we have COVID-19, and that came with its own set of problems. And it also helped, well, I'm not sure help's the right word, but it exacerbated a number of the existing problems that MSMEs have already facing. Other support that exists for SMEs in Samoa, we have some non-financial support in terms of organizing financing, financials, records for businesses. And these really just to help businesses really see where they are. A lot of the times when people panic, they think what they need is more money. But sometimes having those financials or having someone to sit down and talk about your problems can help you understand more about the roots of your problem. And sometimes more financials or more loans is not the solution to your business problem. So we have a program like that that's ongoing at the moment. We have a government stimulus package in which the government paid 3 months worth of loan repayments for everyone under the program. And that really helped create some a cash flow runway for some of the businesses while they try to figure out, what the next step, could be. We also have similar programs that are delivered by other development partners, such as the Pacific Link Pacific. I'm not sure if they are in Fiji yet. I think they are. They're there. There's a market development facility, another program that's funded by DFACT. And then there are a number of other programs that are coming in through the development partners. And I'm sure other Pacific countries are also entitled to a lot of these programs to help support their local SMEs. I think that's it from my end. I hope that information is helpful for those that are on this platform or have the time to join us. Otherwise, please feel free to ask any questions. I'll be happy to respond if we have time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vaitulia. That was very informative, especially for our students in Samoa, or who maybe currently are live linked into this session. Does anyone have any questions here in the audience?
Sir Bulawinaka, just a question in terms of what are some of the type of business that you said earlier in one of your slides that business are operating from rural areas. What are some of the type of business that are operating in terms of, can you just elaborate on that?
Yeah, sure. We are, in terms of geography, I think when we say rural area, in some ways an exaggeration, because people usually have a sense of, it's far away, it's remote, it's not as accessible. But I think for us, we're lucky in that sense. People have the same access to the same supports and services that are available in town or around the town area. So the businesses that operate in the rural area are similar to those around town. We have some agriculture, we have some tourism, we have retail, we have small manufacturing. So anything, mainly. I suppose you're looking at what bulk, which sector is the bulk of the businesses are at, is agriculture.
Is there such business that are organized in a cooperative manner, like for women or youth?
Yeah, not yet. We tried cooperative a few years back. It didn't work for some. Well, we have tried again a couple of years back, and it's something we want to encourage. But to date, we haven't really managed to nail that down. Cooperative. There are some small, maybe 2-3 group of women that are working together in terms of supplying vegetables for the hospital, but mainly they work alone. It's not, they're not a cooperative. The hospital has to organize with them. You know what I mean? Like, so there's no existing women cooperative or, this cooperative from this village in that sense, but there are group of similar businesses that are supporting supply for a number of organizations and businesses. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Just a last question. And in terms of ecotourism, is there such businesses in Samoa in terms of ecotourism? Yeah, we have fairly new, and by new I mean 6 years ago. We have, that I know of, we have about 4 ecotourism businesses that are organizing tours around the country to visit other small ecotourist type businesses like the mangroves, walk, that kind of stuff. That's all for me. You're welcome.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? No, I don't think we have any more questions, sir. But we thank you again for giving your time today, all the way from Samoa to speak to us here at the USP Entrepreneurial Workshop, and for giving that insightful presentation on who Samoa Business Hub is. Thank you very much.
No problems, Vanessa. Former USP student, happy to give back. So all the best with the rest of the program. Have time.
Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next presenter is Mr. John Apted. We'll just give him, his presentation is at 3 o'clock. So it's 2:30 right now. We'll just give him some time to come and then we'll begin. Thank you. And also, sorry, we have Westpac here in-house. So if you'd like to visit them, please do. They're giving away, I think, 10, they're doing an education. They have some flyers to give out. And they also have, this is primary school category where primary school students can draw a poster. And on the topic, girls can do anything with at least 200 words, A4, sorry, size with a short description of the poster in no more than 200 words. And 10 girls will win $500. The second one is secondary school category. And they have to write an essay, secondary school category, where students have to write an essay of a maximum of 500 words. And the topic is, how can boys and men be encouraged to better support girls and women at home or in the community for a fairer Fiji? So basically, what examples have you seen or experienced in your family, community, or country? So the prizes, 10 girls will win $1,000 in education grant. The third one is tertiary school category, where 10 women will win $2,500 education grant. And I was told that this does not live, there's no age gap. So you can be 75 or whatever, you can still apply for this. And you'll have to write an essay of 750 words. And the topic is, tell us about the importance of diverse leadership from all segments of the community, especially women and girls. So, if you have time, if you're, a gentleman and you have sisters or nieces or cousins that you'd like to, take this home to, please visit the booth, visit the table at the back and get your flyer, get more information on this. And also on Friday, they will be coming as well. So they will actually be, talking to people about loans and things like that. So if you're interested in trying to get a loan for your business, for yourselves, etc., you can also visit them. That's what they're here to do. And so, we're very lucky to have Westpac here, and they're also one of our biggest sponsors. Also, in regards to the prizes here, there's a smartphone up for grabs thanks to Digicel, and some juice from Coca-Cola. So what we'll do is, if you have a smartphone, that's great. And we encourage you to actually download the app onto your phone. So from this app, we will ask a question, and the first person who answers it correctly will win the prize. So please download the app. And tomorrow we will, so basically the questions will be from any session we've had today. So I'll post a question, whether it was from SBH or from Manrolee's or from this morning's session on the app, and then you'll have to answer it. And the first person that answers it will get the prize. Thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Naka. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our next presenter is Mr. John Apted from Monroe Lees. We're very fortunate this year to have Mr. John Apted come again to present for us. Can we please give him a round of applause? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Usually this room is really, really full. This is the first time it's not full. I just want to get an idea before I start why you're here. Who can I ask? And what you're hoping to learn, what your background and what you're hoping to learn from this whole 4 days here. Perhaps the gentleman in the floral shirt, yes. Okay, that's pretty helpful. The gentleman with the dreads. Yes, the one looking.
Good afternoon. I'm also a student here. I'm a computing science major, and my purpose for attending this workshop was mainly to get a sense of the entrepreneurial spirit and also get some ideas on how to formulate if per se I have an idea and wanted to start my own little startup to whatever venture I'm actually having a few ideas of my own. So I just wanted to come see what challenges I might face, some of the helpful tips that I might gain from this.
All right, thank you. And maybe one of the two ladies in the front here, if they could just tell me what you do and why you're here.
I'm also a student, but this semester I've taken a break. The reason why I'm here, I major in my undergrad tourism and HR.
Mm-hmm.
And in tourism, 300 level, I did a business plan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Sawani village and I have the land. Capital is there, but what I'm concerned with is the labor. And I'm intending to do an ecotourism business.
Uh-huh.
So that's why I'm here.
Okay.
And previous entrepreneurial fair last year and last few years, I always attend few sessions and I go back to class.
Okay.
So this is the very first time for me to be registered since yesterday from the first day. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's helpful. It just gives me an idea of where, the kind of people that are in the audience and where you're coming from. To introduce me, many of you probably have heard of me. The Fiji people will have seen me on TV, but my public image is very, very different from the capacity in which I'm standing before you today. I am by day, in my everyday life, a lawyer in Fiji's biggest law firm. And one of the things that I do that is never seen by anybody is run our intellectual property department. Because intellectual property legal work is between us and the client and the government, and nobody sees it. So people don't know me as an IP lawyer, but in fact, our firm does the largest amount of IP work in Fiji by far, and I deal with it every day. So this is actually my area of expertise. Okay, what is IP? What is intellectual property? This intellectual property refers to creations of the mind, things that you dream up and create with your mind. And they can be things such as inventions, literary and artistic works, which are books and writing and drawings and music, plays. They include designs, and they include symbols, names, and images that you use in commerce. And although these are expressed, although you create them in a physical form, the property is intellectual because it's your idea that you put into that form and repeatedly create. So that's why it's the property is actually intangible, and that's why it's called intellectual property. And it is protected by law in a number of ways. and people often get confused about it. So my presentation today will try to show you the different ways in which the law protects different kinds of intellectual property. And I know that in my everyday dealings, lay people will say, I want to patent my business name. And you learn today that patents don't apply to business names. Patents apply to something else. Trademarks may apply to business names, but business names may also be protected in other ways. So what I hope today to give you, and it's a broad survey of the law, is the idea of the different forms of intellectual property so that you can have an idea of how you might protect your intellectual property depending on the kind it is. Okay, and the law protects intellectual property by balancing two factors. One, your right as the creator to earn money from it, but also the public's right to use ideas for the public benefit. So it tries to balance these two things. Okay, the various forms of IP protection that there are in the law and we will cover today are patents, registered designs, copyright, trademarks, and I'll also take you to some common law and consumer law, which are not IP laws, but which by default protect IP. Okay, patents first. Patents provide legal protection and a monopoly for inventions. So if you invent something and you get a patent, you have the monopoly. You're the only one legally allowed to use that invention or manufacture and sell that invention unless you allow but you can allow others to do so under a license. So you control and make the money from the invention through this process. So what can patents do? They can protect a new physical device or a substance or a method or a process that you invent. And it has to be something completely novel. In order to get a patent, you've got to lodge an application. The application gets examined by experts and then registered for protection. And if you get a patent for your invention, you have a monopoly for 20 years. So you have exclusive right to exploit your invention or license others to exploit your invention and make all the money from it. But in exchange for registering your patent and getting 20 years monopoly, it goes on the record. So after the 20 years, anybody can access the information about your invention. And that's why something like Coca-Cola, people like Coca-Cola have never got a patent for what they do because they keep it a secret, because if they had registered it 20 years after that, somebody will get their recipe. So the patent, yes, you get exclusive rights, but after 20 years, it goes into the public domain. And that's how those of you who go to a pharmacy or get sick, you'll know that there's an original medication and that there are cheaper versions that you can get. And that's because pharmaceutical companies, when they invent a new drug, will patent it because they don't trust their staff not to reveal what it is, or other scientists to buy their product and break it down and then discover their invention. But in exchange for getting the patent to protect it for 20 years, after 20 years, another pharmaceutical company can access that recipe or that patent, the specifications, and start manufacturing it. So those medical products where you can buy the cheaper versions, what do they call them? There's a name for them, I've forgotten. They'll tell you when you go to the pharmacy. Those are medical inventions or pharmaceutical products that have expired patents, where after 20 years, people have accessed it. All right. For those of you who are in fashion, patents don't protect artistic creations or fashion designs. They're only used for things like zips, maybe. In order to be registered, a patent must have utility. That's a legal requirement. In other words, it's got to have a real use. It has to be new, completely new. It can't be just a slightly different version of what somebody else has invented. It's got to be a new thing, and you, the one who are applying, must have invented it. In Fiji, our Patents Act is very, very old. The one that's in force now, it's the Patents Act 1879. And there's two kinds of patents you can get under it. One is a local patent, which we call a national application, where you apply to the Solicitor General with your design specifications. He sends it to Australia to be examined. And if they think it looks patentable, you'll get a provisional certificate for 6 months protection. You advertise it, so anybody who you've stolen it from can come forward and say, no, actually, it's mine. Or actually, the underlying idea here is my idea, but they've just added the color blue to it. So the whole patent is not actually new. So there's an opposition period of 3 months. And if somebody comes forward and opposes your patent application and says it's actually theirs, or your work is not original, or it's not new and novel, the Solicitor General will hear both parties and decide whether to grant the patent. If there's no opposition, or if the opposition is defeated, the Attorney General will issue the letters patent. So that's the national patent. For the UK application, because this act came from the British time, if you have a patent in England, you can bring that here within 3 years to re-register. And an English patent, a UK patent, will be registered automatically here. If it was granted in England, the Fiji registry will say, England has done all the checks and everything. This is clearly a good patent, we will re-register it. Okay, so Fiji patents are limited to Fiji. Other countries have a PCT system, which is the Paris Convention Treaty, which we've just joined. And we have a new Patents Act called the Patents Act 2021. It's the new modern one, but it's been passed by Parliament last year, but it has not yet come into force. And that's because they haven't trained people yet in the local registry, and they haven't made the regulations, which are the detailed rules about how it's going to work, but it's forthcoming. The new act requires patents to be novel, to involve an inventive step, so you can reuse old processes, but you've got to have some new invention in terms of steps, and the invention has got to be useful. The new act says what can't be patented. You can't patent something that would be immoral. You can't patent scientific theories or mathematical methods. You can't patent ways of doing business, like ideas of how to do a business can't be patented. You can't patent methods of diagnosing medical conditions, and you can't patent natural substances, even if they're purified or synthesized. So you can't patent, for example, a derivative of Yangona. If you think you're going to make plenty money by patenting liar powder, that's not patentable, because that's a natural substance that you can't get a patent for because you did not invent it. God or nature or whoever invented it. And you can't patent a plant or animal. So even if you create a hybrid of a species, you can't patent it in Fiji. And if you manage to cross your dog with your cat, you can't patent that either. All right. We have joined the Paris Convention, and when this new act comes into force, with the Paris Convention, that makes it easy where you register a patent in one country to register it again automatically in other countries that are members of the convention, so long as you refile it in the other country within 12 months. So once the new law comes into effect, if you register a patent in Fiji, you can take it within 12 months and register it in other Paris Convention countries, which will give you rights there. Because when you register a patent in Fiji, it only gives you exclusive rights in Fiji. So if you invent something fabulous and you register it here and get a patent, you want to stop people from making it in America, in Europe, in Australia, you will have to re-register your patents in those countries under the Paris Convention. And you must do it within 12 months, because otherwise, under their law, it won't be seen as novel and new, because your specifications will already have been published to the world. Okay, the second way you can protect your IP is registered designs. And in other countries, not Fiji, there are registered design laws that allow IP protection for 2-dimension and 3-dimensional designs. Okay, so that's things like, can be clothing, can be airline seats, can be anything that is drawn in 2 dimensions or 3 dimensions for a design to make something. And in order to register these under these laws, it must be a new design and must be distinctive. Where you register them, you get the exclusive right to use the design, to sell it, and to license the registered design. And the word license in IP means where you own the intellectual property, but by an agreement with somebody, you let them use it for a fee. That's a license. So when you register your patent, you can license somebody to make it. They give you money and then they manufacture. If you have a registered design, you can license people to use it in exchange for money. And it can cover things like fabric designs, new shapes, and stuff. So that could be like a car design, a chair design, a bottle design. So anything novel and new that is in 2 dimensions or 3 dimensions that is a design can be registered. At the moment, in Fiji, we have the UK Designs Protection Act 1936, another colonial law. And under this law, designs that are registered in the UK are automatically protected in Fiji. So if you want to protect your design in Fiji, you have to go to the UK and register it. And you can get an injunction from stopping people from using your design. We also have a new Design Act passed last year in Fiji, the Designs Act 2021. That's not in force yet, but it will come into force as soon as the staff at the registry in Suva are trained and as soon as they write rules. And this is a modern registration system like elsewhere in the world. And it defines a design as features of shape, configuration pattern, or ornament applied to an article by any industrial process or means, which gives the article its overall appearance. So the Design Act will protect designs that regulate the appearance of an article, the design layout of an article. The owner under this new act, if the owner of a design, if it's new or original, can apply for registration. Once it is registered, you'll get the exclusive right to make the article or license others to make the article for 5 years, which you can renew for another 5 years. And you can re-register it under an international convention in other countries that are also members of the convention to stop people from, in those countries, from using your design. Okay, the next law is copyright, which is more familiar to many people in this room. And we've had a modern Copyright Act since 1999. And that's our most modern law that's in force right now. We got some more last year, but they're not in force. This is the most modern one before last year. And what copyright protects is the original expression of ideas, not the ideas themselves. Okay, so patents and designs protect the ideas. Copyright protects what you've expressed as a result of your ideas. So you dream up a poem, but it's not protected just because you thought of it. It's only protected once you've written it down or you've spoken it. You get it? You've got an idea for a book. Just because it's your idea, it's not protected. It's only protected when you write it or when you read it. Only gets protected when it comes out into the world from your mind. Okay, so it's not the idea that gets protected with copyright, it's the expression. So, for example, if you write a song and the song is about Mary loving Alumita, somebody else writes a song about Mary loving Alumita, they've not breached your copyright because that idea is not protected. They only breach your copyright if they copy your song about Mary loving Alumita, the words of the song or the melody of the song, or if they perform the song publicly for money without your consent. You get the difference? So it's not the idea, it's the expression. And this, we often have our clients coming wanting to bring copyright actions against people for copying their ideas. But we have to tell some of them, no, you can't stop them, because although the idea is the same, what they've done with the idea looks different to what you did with the idea. You get it? So if your idea is to have a man with a coconut tree on his head, and you make a t-shirt with a man with a coconut tree on his head, and Vanessa sees you're making money from this, she also creates a t-shirt with a man with a coconut on his head, but her man with a coconut on his head looks different to mine. She's not breaching my copyright. Because although we have the same idea, we've expressed it differently. She hasn't copied or used my expression of my idea. That's copyright. Okay, so with copyright, there's no need. The other two I was talking about require you to register. You got to go through a process, and then it gets opposition, and then the government says, yes, you own this, and you get a certificate. With copyright, you do not need to register because it's an expression that can be proved. And copyright applies to so many things that you do every day, that get created every day. It arises automatically when any creative idea gets expressed, and there's no need for registration. So what is covered? Any literary work, any form of creative writing, whether that's a book, poem, even a telephone directory has copyright because it's written. Somebody's intellectual idea about listing it has happened. A pamphlet for a business, that can be copyrighted. That's a literary work because somebody's thought about how to say those words, how to write those sentences, where to put the pictures. There's a layout. There's creative work in there. That can be copyrighted. All sound recordings that are original can be copyrighted. So any music, any recitation, anything like that can be copyrighted. Bird noise can't, because that you haven't created it. Crowd noise can't, because you didn't create it. But anything that you create and record in sound is subject to copyright as soon as the recording is made. Audiovisual works, same thing. Radio and TV broadcasts, cable programs, and typographical arrangements. Typographical arrangements are telephone directories. You know, anything that's a list, that's subject to copyright. Okay, and for people we had a lot of people in the fashion business in one of these seminars. So in fashion, sketches, patterns, designs, fabric designs, t-shirts, one-off garments, jewelry, wording on packaging, those are all copyright cases. I did a big case for the owner of the masseuse sandal. Do you know what the masseuse sandal is? You know those slippers that have the pokey footbed. The original was designed by a company under the brand Masseuse, and that's a big company, right? And they sold their original Masseuse sandal in a particular box that had specific pictures and words that their marketing department had made up, you know, sort of like, this massage sandal will make your life better and give you circulation and blah, 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 blah. It was written all over the box because people go into pharmacies and they read this stuff before they buy. There was a company in Nausori, a shoe factory in Nausori, that had a business copying well-known international brands in Fiji and making cheaper versions that people in Fiji could afford. Because the original masseuse was very expensive, it came from Australia. So this Nausori business started to sell a cheaper version. And to help them sell it, they not only copied the design of the sandal, they copied the box so that people would think it's the masseuse sandal, or even if they don't really believe it's the masseuse sandal, it's close enough to feel like you're buying the masseuse sandal, right? So when I represented the masseuse owner, the true masseuse, and had to take the Nausori shoemaker to court, and one of the grounds that we won the case and stopped him from selling you cheap masseuse sandals was that he had copied the layout of the boxes. Because he hadn't used the trademark, which I'd come to. In Fiji, we have no registered designs act. So the masseuse shoe design was not registered in Fiji. The only way I could stop him and get him win the court case was to rely on copyright, because he had copied the words and the pictures on the box. So this is an example of how IP laws, the different IP laws, can impact your business in different ways, and how they can be used against other, your competitors in different ways. All right. Copyright also covers photographs, videos, advertising layouts, publications, and music. And copyright generally belongs to the creator of the work, the person who created that photograph, so the photographer, the video maker, the musician who wrote it, except if it's created by somebody who's paid by somebody to create. So if you work for Jack's, for example, and you're in their fabric design department, and you draw up those prints that go on the Jack's shirts, or you draw up the t-shirt designs that they sell, usually if you work for somebody, the copyright belongs to your employer. So if you're like Vanessa and you work for USP and you create a directory for USP or a textbook for USP, that will belong to USP, unless you make an agreement between you that it will belong to you. You get it? So the general rule is the creator of the work owns the copyright, except in an employment situation where the worker who creates it, unless there's a special agreement, the copyright will belong to the employer. All right. Copyright only applies to original work. So if you copy someone else's work, even as parody, it won't be copyright protected unless it's sufficiently original. And I had this problem for Grog Father. Have you all seen the Grog Father t-shirts? Okay, there is a very, very famous movie from the 1970s called The Godfather. It's a mafia movie starring Marlon Brando. And the logo for that movie was the side of Marlon Brando's face with a hat or something. And that's with the words The Godfather above it. That was the movie poster for this classic movie called The Godfather. Certain people I know had a side business in Fiji making t-shirts, young entrepreneurs like yourselves. And one of their designs that they came up with was the Grog Father. So they used the same image of Marlon Brando's face, profile, and changed the words the Godfather to the Grog Father. And this was quite a popular t-shirt amongst the young hip fashionistas. But then somebody at Jack's, and Jack's design department, saw it and copied it. And so Jack started to sell Grog Father t-shirts. And of course, Jack's has, many outlets and much more capacity to sell than a small business. So the people who came up with the idea asked me to try to help them stop Jack's from selling t-shirts that had literally stolen their idea. We couldn't do it because they had used an image that was predominantly somebody else's. You see, the face that was on the t-shirt didn't belong to them. That belonged to the people who made The Godfather. The words, The Godfather, and the font of the Grog Father belonged to the movie people. The only thing that they had added to the movie's design was R-O-G instead of G-O-D. But father was the same, the big G was the same. So there was not enough original contribution to the t-shirt to allow them to sue somebody else for copyright. Even though bloody Jacks had stolen their brilliant idea, and they were little people, and here was this big company making money out of their idea. But it was too bad because their idea, although clever, was not original enough for copyright law. Okay, copyright is not generally regarded as applying to mass-produced items when it comes to designs, although in New Zealand it has been used successfully for a jeans design. G-Star sued for copyright when Jeans West copied their jeans, because G-Star Raw were able to show that they had paper drawings of the jeans design. So copyright existed as soon as they put it on the drawing. That was a physical expression. And that Jeans West, when they copied the jean, were making a copy of what was on G-Star Raw's design paper. Okay, if you have copyright, you've got the exclusive right to use your design, sell it, or license your work. And that includes making copies of your work, or reading your work, or performing your work publicly for money. Copyright can be assigned. So if you create something, people who create usually make money by selling their designs, assigning it to somebody else. That's how Michael Jackson, before he died, had bought all the Beatles copyright in all the Beatles songs. Copyright lasts for 50 years from the year that the author dies. So that's quite a long time. If you create something when you're in your 20s and you die when you're 80, that's like 110 years of copyright. It's a breach of copyright to copy the whole or a substantial part of the work. And intervening breaches are irrelevant. In other words, if I create something and I have copyright in it and somebody else copies it and you copy the person who copied mine, you're still breaching my copyright, even though you're copying somebody else. It doesn't matter how many copies there are in between us, as long as that's my copyright, you've breached it. So, for example, in my Grogfather example, the owner of the movie studio who owned the image of the Godfather could sue my friends for their t-shirt and could sue Jax, even though Jax had copied my friends. Copyright is international. So if you create in one country that's a member of the Berne Convention, and which is most countries in the world, it can be protected in the other countries. I've talked about this. With copyright breaches, if you create something, some people have copied it, you usually write them a letter to stop. If they don't stop, you can go to court for an injunction and damages and destroy all the copies. If overseas, you can tell the customs to stop their goods, but enforcement is very expensive. Okay, there's various myths about copyright. And these are the common myths. Copyright can protect my ideas. They don't. I've explained that to you. It's not the idea. It's not that Mary loved Almita. It's the words that you wrote. Copies that. You can't copyright a name or a title. People think that if they are in a photo, they own the copyright to the photo, or you can copy the photo. No, you can't, because the photo is not created by you, it's created by the photographer. Even if you're in the picture, you are merely the subject, you are not the creator. The person who created the photo is the photographer. And I know this because I used to take a lot of photos, and I'm also the lawyer for the Fiji Times. And often my photos of people would end up in the Fiji Times because they would die. The subjects of my photos, I used to walk around and take photos of complete random people and put them on Facebook on my Humans of the Fiji Islands page. And sometimes when people died, these were the nicest pictures that the family had of their loved one that was relatively recent and looked like them, you know, like just before they died or within a couple of years. And usually in my photos, they were happy and smiling and all of this. So many of my photos would be taken to the Fiji Times by the family to put in the in memoriam ads. And at the bottom of all of my photos, there used to be a copyright notice there. And so the Fiji Times would have to ring me all the time to say, you know, the families brought this picture, can we use it? And I'd have to send them an email to say, yes, 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 you can use it, because I don't make money from my photos. I don't care who uses it, but it was legally, they need my permission to use it. And the family think that just because the picture is of their loved one and it's on the internet, you can use it. You can't, because legally it belongs to the photographer. And somebody like the gentleman there who's a model and who's been photographed many times, he doesn't own the photos that he's in. He shouldn't even be putting the photos that he's in onto the Facebook without the permission of the photographer. But I'm sure like nobody really cares, but that's the legal position. Okay? If you buy a disc, like a CD, well, you don't have CDs anymore, but if you CD or DVD or something, you own the video and you can use it commercially. You can't. If you buy a CD or a DVD or you buy a movie, your license that you're buying is only to watch it. You're not allowed to use it commercially. To use it commercially, you have to pay more money and get a different license. People think that anything on the internet is free to use. It's not. Just because it's on the internet doesn't mean you can use it. The copyright in it belongs to somebody, and they're putting it up there doesn't mean you can take it and copy it. People think that if it doesn't have a copyright C, it's not protected. That's only in America. In Fiji, you don't need the copyright C. As soon as it's created, it's protected. So even if it doesn't have a C, you can't copy it. If you change someone's work, I can claim it as my own. No, you can't. If you're using substantially somebody else's work, it's their work. And people think it's okay to use or copy or publish other people's work as long as it's you're not making money. That's not true. The copyright owner can stop anybody from using it. All right, the next one is trademarks law, which is a different form of IP. And trademarks law protects brands, logos, and the appearance of products, some appearances. So if you're going to sell products under a brand name or under a logo, trademarks law is the area that will protect you. And trademarks distinguish the goods of one trader from another trader. Okay, trademarks are registered in classes and for specific goods. So if you register a trademark in class 38 for clothing, it only stops other people from using it in clothing. So if you register sunshine for your clothes, that doesn't stop other people from using it for milk, because your registration is only for classes. Owners of registered trademarks, if you register your trademark, you have exclusive right to that name or logo for 14 years, and you can renew it. You do not need to register a trademark before you use it, but if you register it, it's easier to stop people from using it. You don't need permission for a trademark. You register it to protect it. You don't register it for permission. Even if you don't register your trademark, it could still be protected if once it becomes well known by common law or consumer protection law. But common law and consumer protection will only help you once your trademark becomes really well known, that people only associate it with you. And we won, another famous case that I won was Fiji Water against Aqua. Fiji Water was the original water, bottled water in Fiji, and they used the national name, Fiji, right? Which usually cannot be trademarked because that word has got to belong to everyone in Fiji. But Fiji Water had become, over the years, 15 years, they worked on building their name in Fiji and in America. So Fiji Water was, as soon as people say Fiji Water or see that Fiji Water in the square bottle, they'll think of water that came from Natural Waters of Viti Limited, the Fiji Water people, right? So over the course of time, even though the word Fiji was not trademarked, through use and purchase by the public came to associate that brand name with this particular water. Okay, so the law protects it in those circumstances because to allow somebody else to use it will cause the public to be confused and to buy products that are not the product that they're expecting. So even if you don't have a trademark, if you use your brand name for long enough and it's popular enough and the public associate that brand only with you, consumer law and common law will give you protection. So Aqua, people from the West, decided to piggyback on Fiji Water. So they came out initially with a square bottle, just like Fiji Water. At that time, Fiji Water had the waterfall logo. they came up with something that was similar, and they called their water Aqua Fiji. And the Fiji lettering was very, very similar to the Fiji water lettering. So they were so close, including as to shape, that if you bought in a hurry, you might mistake Aqua Fiji for Fiji water. Or you might think that the Aqua Fiji water was a different product of Fiji water. You know how some brands have different products under the same name. So we went to court, and the original High Court judge in Lautoka dismissed my case, said, no, Fiji water can't stop Aqua Fiji because Fiji is the name of the country and everybody should be allowed to use Fiji for whatever. It's the owner of Fiji water's bad luck that he chose that name. You know, when he chose that name, he accepted this risk. We appealed to the Court of Appeal, and I managed to convince the Court of Appeal that that's not true, because if Aqua Fiji were allowed to use this getup, consumers will suffer. They think they're buying Fiji water or the quality of Fiji water, and they will be buying this unknown product. So for the sake of consumers, you have to stop Aqua Fiji from using it. And Aqua Fiji clearly want to confuse the consumers, because otherwise, why would they choose a square bottle? When Fiji water is the only square bottle in the market, they also become square. Why do they have a picture like the waterfall? Why have they chosen to put the word Fiji in the same font as Fiji water? They are trying to, that's the evidence that they are trying to confuse consumers. So consumer law must protect, even if trademark law can't protect or IP law can't protect, because it's got Fiji in it, consumer law can protect. And the Court of Appeal accepted this argument. And that's why Aqua is now called Aqua Pacific, because they had to get rid of the word Fiji. Okay, to be registrable, a trademark's got to be the name of a company or individual or business, the signature, an invented word, or a word that's not descriptive. Now, Fiji words, as a result of that case, we got Fiji registered, then the government changed, and Mr. Qayyum doesn't like people owning Fiji. So the law has now changed. You cannot have Fiji in your trademark or business name without his approval. And he's not approving it for any private business. He's only approving the use of Fiji in a trademark if you are, for example, Fiji Sports Council or Fiji, you know, one of the Fiji Meat Industry Board or one of those statutory Fiji with Fiji in your name. But Warwick Fiji could not register their trademark. Fiji Gas can't, Fiji Bitter can't, because he won't approve Fiji in their name. Trademarks, there's a process. I won't bore you with that. We have a new Trademarks 2021 Act. Again, this allows for the Madrid system. With the Madrid system, you can file one application in a Madrid Convention country and extend it to other countries in the Madrid system. So if you file in Fiji, once this act comes into force, you can tick, I want it also registered in Australia, in New Zealand, in America, and you pay more fees depending on which country you want. And the system will send your application out to those countries to be processed and registered under their acts. Unlike patents and unlike designs, which once they're registered here, they get registered there, this system is for filing. So if you file in one Madrid country and you tick other Madrid countries, it goes to those countries for processing under their laws. Each country's law will be different, and it will have to be examined and processed under those laws. But the Madrid system is an easy way for you to file in one place for many countries. Okay, what do you think about this ad? This got us into trouble. I filed this application. People objected because they thought the word was mbula, but it's actually BVLA. And what do you think when people got upset that somebody should be allowed to register the word bula because when they're from overseas? But in fact, trademark law does not prevent you from registering any word. Just as you can register an English word, English people can register a Fijian word, so long as it's not descriptive of the particular thing you're registering it for. What about this one? That should not be registered because that describes something. Anyway, I've already talked about common law. Consumer law, how it can be used. Common law also, it can be used in the same way. There's a thing in common law called passing off. So even if your trademark or your product design is not registered, if somebody copies it, you can sue them and stop them in common law through passing off, but only if you have a really well-known reputation in your brand name or design, like the Fiji water example. That was after 15 years, then they could stop them. If you've just come out with a product and somebody copies it after 1 year, you're not going to be able to use common law or consumer protection because you haven't been in the market long enough for consumers to associate that brand only with you strongly. Okay. And then the last way you protect, and this is a basic way, is your business name. I've been talking about things you invent, things you make up. There's also a system of protecting your actual business name. Okay, so your business name is like Fatty's Store. That's a business name. Business name is the thing you call your overall business that goes on the top of your letterhead. If you are a registered company, it will be your company name. If you are a sole trader or a partnership, you will adopt a business name. It might be Marama Fashions. You can protect that name, not from copies on t-shirts and stuff, but you can, through the business names and companies registration system, stop anybody else from using that as their business name. So if you want to call yourself JJ the Fabulous Fashion, and you want to have that name just for yourself, you've got to make sure you go and register it at the business names registry. Okay, things to think about. Before you get going on your business, you've got to think about your business name, whether it can be registered. So a lot of people informally, like entrepreneurs who don't have a lot of money and are not sophisticated will start a business under a particular name that you dream up. You've done no homework. You start your business, you become successful. After a couple of years, you want to start doing the proper formal thing. You go down to the registry and you discover you can't register this name because somebody else already has it. So before you actually start your business and get a business name, go down and check or get somebody to check that that business name is available, because you don't want to spend your time developing it only to find out you can't use it anymore. Think about your brand names, your logos, and your trademarks. Before you develop them, go down and check if somebody else has already registered it. And we do a lot of work for international firms and for big brand names. For example, a company like IBM or Lenovo or the phone companies or Marriott Hotels, all of these global businesses, before they come up with a brand name, before they adopt a new brand name for a new product, like I Think or iPad or a new hotel brand, they will go to an international trademark house, and those trademark houses write to law firms in every country in which this global business might want to sell its product for us to do trademark searches and common law searches to see whether anybody already is using that name before they adopt it. You get it? Because they don't want to adopt the name and then find they can't use it in various countries. So you need to do the same. So a common law search, which we do for them, because they're far away, is we Google all the local businesses to see if anybody is using that name. And then we tell them, oh, you can't use that because in Fiji, somebody else is already selling something called iPocket. You know, so that's what you need to do, that on your little small scale before you decide on your business name, before you decide on your logo. Go down to the building where level 9 is, but it's about level 4. And you can do these searches for yourself. Okay, and it also pays before you're hiring anybody to do any creative work for you, to agree with them who will own the copyright. Be careful when you use other people's work as inspiration and using other works in your business. Right? So you can't go and take a picture of the internet and put it in your ad, in your brochure. I always have that problem. And I always have to send messages to people who are using my photos in their advertisements. You know, because I also take landscape pictures and that kind of thing. And sometimes I look on Facebook and somebody is using it for an ad for their business. I don't mind when people use it for their personal stuff, but if somebody's going to make money at my expense, I'd rather not. And I just had to do it last month. Last month, I was at the Sofitel and I was upgraded to use their new lounge, right? And since I'm a bit of a show off, I wanted to show all my followers on Facebook that I was in the new Sofitel lounge. So I was sitting in the Sofitel lounge when the waitress brought my drink, because in the lounge you get free drinks and only certain people paying extra go to use the lounge, right? So I was using it for free. So I want to show off. So I'm sitting there and then wanting to take the picture, and the waitress brings my drink, which happens to be a bottle of water because I was not in the drinking mood. And she puts the water down, and she was a very, very attractive, well-dressed. The uniform is beautiful. Her hair was beautiful. And I snapped a picture with my phone as she was putting the water down. And coincidentally, the water, because she's a good waitress, she placed the water properly so that the bottle with the brand was facing me. She was exactly in profile, and behind her, through the windows, is the pool and garden area of the Sofitel. So I just happened to snap, by good luck, a perfect photograph of her and the product that she was putting down. And she was beautiful in profile. The week after, I see on Facebook, the water company that she's putting down is using my photo for their Facebook advertisements for their product and running sponsored ads with my photo. So I had to write to them and say, hello, you better take it down. I know it's your product in the picture, but that's my photograph. I own the copyright, not the woman in the picture, not the owner of the company that created that water or manufactured that water. All right, any questions? I know this has been long. Some of you look like you're going to die. No questions? It's your chance for free advice. All right, well, thank you very, very much, everybody. Wish you well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Apted, for your time today to share with us a lot what it is that we needed to know. Can you please give him another round of applause, please? Thank you. We also have next, our next speaker is Mr. Sala. He's from Fiji Revenue Custom Services. We'll just give him a few minutes. We'll just wait for him for a few minutes. Thank you. Sorry, guys, we'll just give Esala a few more minutes, 5 minutes, and then we'll hopefully begin then. And in regards to the prize, okay, so we'll change it. Usually we put it on the app because then, that's one way for you to use the app. However, this year I'll ask a question. It'll be very difficult. And the first person who gets it right in order of the question will win the prize. And then tomorrow it'll be different. There won't be any questions, but we'll tell you during the workshop what we'll have. And just for some information, each day, you may have noticed, I'm not sure if you have not, but each day they go together. So like today we had Samo Business Hub, we had some motivational speakers, like ESETA. We also had this afternoon, we had Manrolis, who also goes with with this afternoon's presentation. Likewise, tomorrow we have, just about some information, we have an entrepreneur's journey. And this gentleman, he's from Vanuatu. So it'll be very interesting to listen to him and his journey of how he became or what he did to become who he is today, his business, in terms of his business. We also have the Young Entrepreneurial Council, and that comes under FCEF, which was something that our chief guest had advised us yesterday. So it'd be good to listen to Watson. And we also have ILO, the International Labour Organization, Mr. Keenan Albanasi. So his presentation will be very interesting. He'll also have activities, so it's not too boring for you. And he'll be bringing in a lot of information regarding ILO and business development. Yes, we have Esala here. We'll just give him 5 minutes and then we'll begin. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Can you put our hands together to Esala, for Esala? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I do apologize for arriving a bit late this afternoon. But nevertheless, I hope everyone is here. Um, this afternoon, I'll be speaking on the regulatory requirements for taxes with relation to starting up or setting up businesses in Fiji. As you all know, are aware, the tax office every now and then goes out for audits and inspection and make sure that everyone is compliant. When I say compliant, that means starts from registration and all. But this afternoon, I had a presentation slide prepared for you. But I'm not sure about Vanessa. I'm sure she's trying to organize something with their IT team. Just a quick introduction. My name is Salah. I am part of a unit called Taxpayer Education, the Fiji Revenue and Customs Service. And we normally deal with taxpayer awareness, including those awareness that are conducted to businesses and companies, government organizations, international organizations, NGOs, non-profit organizations, and even attending, creating awareness at our very interior places of Fiji, the rural areas, meaning the villages, and also the maritime islands. So everyone is always made aware of what I'm bringing this afternoon. They are very basic, they're very simple, and the expectation is everyone will comply by following this. So please bear with us. I wouldn't want to take much of your time as well. I know it's raining outside and it's getting cold. I wouldn't want to Thank you. So we'll start right away. Please, if there are any questions, you can ask as we go along. So a brief outline of my presentation this afternoon is what you have there on the whiteboard. Just a brief introduction. This is something that is hard to be accepted by everyone. Everywhere you go, the customer is always right. But this is one place. I started with FRCS 12 years ago, and I noticed that this is one place that I'll never be right. Even though I'm a customer, I will still be considered wrong because of the fact the tax is something that is not widely accepted by everyone. But hopefully this afternoon after the presentation, I'll be able to give you some tools in order to accept taxes. So when we're speaking of tax obligations, I'm coming from the view of everyone that is doing business. So basically today, this afternoon, the presentation is about businesses, whether you're a sole trader, partnership, or a company. Everyone will be required to follow these 4 main tax obligations. I'll be very quick. Number 1, registration for TIN and applicable taxes. In general, you are required by law in the income tax. You have the Tax Administration Act to adhere to those rules and regulations. So anyone who starts a business or any individual will be required to register for a TIN. I hope the awareness today doesn't scare you. Most places I go, it starts off with scaring people, and then hopefully they're able to accept the message from the tax office. Number 2, declaration of income. I'll speak briefly on that, payment of taxes, and also record keeping. So for any business established in Fiji, they are required to register for number 1, tax identification number. This is a requirement under our law. You can find it in section 37A of the Tax Administration Act. Any business established in Fiji, you're required by law. In other words, there is no option for you. Why is this? The reason is because most businesses, every business has an intention to make profit. So when you make profit, you derive income in order to make profit. And for your information, every income is taxed under the Income Tax Act. Right? There are some provisions in the law which exempts a person's income, and that includes non-profit organizations, as long as the income they are deriving is for non-profit purposes, right? Or for purposes of, say, for example, a church, right? So this is a requirement under the law. If you are thinking of planning of starting up a business, or if you are already in the process of doing business, you are deriving income, please, this is a requirement by the law for you to register your business TIN. Right? So a TIN consists of 9 to 10 digits. The reason why I'm saying this, in our old system, the Fiji integrated tax system, that system used to extract 9-digit numbers, right? You have 2 numbers in front, which are prefixes numbers, and which are determined by the first letter of your surname, right? So for myself, my surname starts with V. My prefix TIN number is 22. Those are the TINs that were registered back then. Now, if you are aware, we have been doing numerous awareness programs introducing our new tax system. The new tax system basically provides you with 10-digit numbers, right? All TINs that are registered with the new tax system for individuals, you will notice your prefix number will indicate the first letter of your surname, right? So for anyone, for any individual, the prefix number normally ranges from 01 to 26, depending on the first letter of your surname, right? And then for the new tax system, there is no demarcation in terms of the prefix numbers. It basically gives you only the number 29. Whether you're a non-profit, individual or non-individual, the system will give you a number 29 in front of your TIN number. So as mentioned before, every business must register their TIN at the Fiji tax office. That is down in Nasise, or we have 10 offices around Fiji, wherever you are close to. So these are the TIN requirements for sole traders. These are the requirements for partnerships. For sole traders, you get to register only once. In other words, your TIN, your personal TIN, becomes your business TIN as well, if you are thinking of setting up a business, right? For partnerships, there is a separate entity rule here, right? So here we register the TINs of the partners separately, and the partnership business itself is separate. So you need to register the partner's TIN and also the partnership business TIN. For companies, similarly for them, directors' TIN, shareholders' TIN needs to be separate, need to be registered before they come to register for a company. Because for partnerships and companies, when you're coming to register, one of the requirements is that you have the TIN numbers that the partners or the directors have a registered TIN with us. So it is a requirement for every partnership and company business. Please, if you have a question, fire it, Will. You can ask as we go along. Now we move on to the next part, tax type registration. So what is a tax type registration? Basically, it is being registered for other tax types. When you come to register for a TIN, you are coming to register for one tax type, that is income tax, right? So sometimes you are also required by law to register for other tax types. Say, for example, PAYE. If you are employing individuals, once you've started your business operation and you start to employ people, you're paying them salary and wages, then you will be required to register as an employer with the tax office. I'm sure most of businesses are confused by the fact that when they are registered as an employer for FNPF purposes, they think and feel that they are also automatically registered with us. Remember, these are two different organizations, right? So if you register as an employer with for FNPF purposes, you will also be required to register as an employer for tax purposes. You have VAT, certain registration requirements. So here we are talking about tax registration, and there are certain registration requirements which makes you eligible, or say, for example, there are registration rules in place that you need to meet before you are required to register. Otherwise, you're not required by law. Some Fiji businesses are not registered for other tax types, basically because they do not, some of them do not meet the registration requirements under those specific tax types. So when does a business register for another tax type? Where certain registration rules have been met. So these are the rules here. For income tax purposes, for value added tax, if your turnover or gross sales for a tax year is 100,000 or more, you are required by law to register for VAT. That is a requirement by law. So anyone who's operating a business and has exceeded 100,000, please note that you are supposed to be registered for VAT. Anyone that we find that is not registered for VAT and has gone past the registration requirement, then we also have the authority to penalize them, right? Or get them to register and pay up all the VAT that they've collected during those months, during the period that has elapsed. As mentioned, PAYE, as soon as you employ people, you're required by law to register for as an employer for PAYE purposes. For those who are employing individuals whose salary and wage is above 270,000, you will also need to register for SRT purposes. Now, recently in the recent budget announcements in the past few years, they have suspended STT and nickel. That's why I have not mentioned any registration rules about them. For fringe benefit tax, there are some employers who provide fringe benefit. When I talk about fringe benefit, I mean non-cash benefits, right? You have some companies who provide cars to their employees to use, both for business and personal, right? In those kind of cases, we tax the portion where it is being used for personal, right? Because that is like a benefit to we, right? So there are many other examples. You have houses, you have accommodation, you have mobile phones, which are being used by some employees for both business and private. And then you have a provisional tax. This is when you enter into a contractual arrangement. There are some businesses, say for example, a construction business. You will enter into certain contracts with some big companies. And when you get into these contractual arrangements, you are required to register also for provisional tax. There is also some for small-time businesses. You have catering businesses. Some government departments normally offer it to sole trader businesses. If you do get into a contractual arrangement, please note that you will need to register for provisional tax. This is just to benefit you. So when they are going to pay out the payment for your service, they will deduct something called the provisional tax. If you're registered with us, you can apply for an exemption letter, which requires them not to deduct at the point of payment, right? So basically getting to register as well helps you, assists you in some way. And then you have gambling turnover tax. I'm sure there's no business here that is doing gambling. Or yes. For provisional tax, you can always come to apply for the exemption. And that is a letter that we normally issue to you, and then you can take to them. So upon payment of your service, say for a catering service, government normally understands they deduct the provisional tax if you don't provide an exemption letter. But if you do, they will not deduct. In other words, they're going to pay you the gross amount and not the net of amount. So, any other questions? Yes. Also government works. So here you have not only employees, but also associates. Anyone associated with a business. Any other questions?
What about for non-charitable organization? Do you have to pay tax?
Charitable organizations, non-charitable or charitable organizations?
At least the one that we ask for funding from other organizations for.
Okay, for them, it's more of like a non-profit organization.
Yeah.
You are not, well, your intentions when you first establish the non-charitable organization was not for profit. You were to help others, the underprivileged, right? For them, they are basically exempted under the income tax.
Okay, what about if you have the employees that working under you? What kind of, do we have, like you'll be giving them their pay? Do we have to, will that be taxes as per PYE?
Yes.
Have to.
Remember, you're wearing two hats. Not only you are an NGO, your income as an NGO is exempt under income tax. Income of the NGO, but not the employees, right? So in those kind of cases, you follow the normal process. You register as an employer, you pay their salaries. If their salaries are 30,000 and less, you will not be paying any taxes. Right? It is kind of technical at this level, but I can provide you with examples if you will need time for that.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
We can arrange a meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions relating to this? None? Can we move on? Yeah. Anyone? None? Thank you. Okay. I've just thought of bringing this analogy this afternoon because I noted 3 years ago, I went, sorry, it was 4 years ago, I went to Coral Island. And this is one thing I noticed. When we went for registration, we actually did an awareness session first before we conducted our services. And I noted that when I asked them at the first place, when I had done the awareness, I asked them how many businesses are registered here in this village. I won't mention the village, but they said three businesses. After our awareness, we registered 17 businesses that were running in the business within that same village. So, and we noted that most of them were produce suppliers. Produce suppliers are basically farmers. This is where I thought of bringing this analogy closer to us so that we are able to identify ourselves if we are in this sector, this business sector. So what is a produce? It is basically any raw or natural state of produce that is from the activity of agriculture or aquaculture. Now, so after that, we need to also define who is a produce supplier. Basically, in simple, it is someone who supplies a produce in its natural state. In other words, we are talking about farmers, right? And fishermen, right? Farmers, they plant and they harvest and then they sell. These are produce suppliers. So these people are also required. If it's a regular let me just share with you the definition of income. It's something that is derived on a regular basis. If the farmer sells it only once, just for the sake of supporting his family, and then does not sell anymore, that is considered not for tax purposes. In other words, we won't tax that. But if a farmer is planting, harvesting, and selling on a regular basis, you are required to register for tax purposes. Right? This is my point. Most of the time, whenever I come to this point, most of the farmers in the village, they start to shy away or hide away. But then government has brought a tax incentive, not only for these people, but SMEs. So SMEs that are engaged in produce, farmers, fishermen. So in other words, the encouragement that I normally take to villages is if you're planting nalo and you're selling it, please plant more. Why? Because the incentive, there is a tax incentive here. Right? Although you are required to register for a TIN and declare your business income on an annual basis, in the end, the income derived from the sale of produce is exempt if turnover for a year, that is from Jan to December, if a turnover for that year is less than 500,000. That is why you'll see so many individuals, they are now exploring the agricultural sector because there is a specific incentive that exempts their income. And this is the threshold, 500,000. If you continue to earn within this bracket from 500,000 and less, you will be exempted under the income tax. But only if you are a produce supplier. In other words, only if you are a farmer, right? Your income is basically exempt. Only a farmer, right? For these people, some of them, they are selling dalo and yangona overseas. They are earning between 300 to 400,000 in a year. And what? Do they pay tax? No, not at all. Right? Government's intention, whenever there is a bill made or any act that is enacted, there are policies created, right? Those policies have intentions. This was the intention to encourage farmers, everyone who has a land or who is owner of a land can plant more, right? It was to encourage these people to plant more and provide supplies locally and also internationally, right? So if anyone comes around again and tells you, if you're a farmer, if they tell you, please just make sure that FRCS don't catch you. No, tell them, no. Today is the information I got has enlightened the doubt that I had previously, right? So that is why we're still allowing farmers who are Yangona farmers, mostly Yangona farmers. They plant, they harvest, and they sell themselves. These people are exempt from income tax for as long as they can earn 500,000 or less, right? Now, this is the contrast. When we initially had this incentive in place, the middlemen thought also that they were also part of that exemption, right? But what are middlemen? Middlemen are people, they're basically engaged in an activity of buy and sell. So in other words, everything they sell is not of them, right? In other words, they are not the primary producers, right? Unlike a farmer, he plants, he harvests and sells. But these people, they go to farmers, they buy from them and they sell. So the confusion was they also thought that the exempting provisions for SMEs under the agricultural sector would apply to them. So we had created a standard interpretation guidelines, which was a practice statement, which showed the stances of FRCS or CEO on a particular provision. So when we clarified to them, they started paying. Why? Because the policy intention was for farmers and fishermen, right? It wasn't for them. They are the people that are doing the markup. They mark up the prices of the things that they buy, and then the things that they buy, then they put their markup, then they get their excess profits. So that is why we continue to tell everyone, please, if you are engaged in a farming activity, continue to do that, because you have an incentive that is in place for you. So for these people, they are taxed on their income, regardless if they are selling a produce, right? Some people think because only it's the activity that I'm doing, I'm selling a produce, exempts me. No, you have to be a produce supplier in order to be exempted. But if you are someone who's a middleman, considered a middleman, then your income will be taxed. I hope that's clear. Any questions? So I hope we've clarified the doubt also. I only have 15 minutes left. Okay, declaration of income. Once you're registered for business, once you register for anything for tax purposes, there's always an obligation behind it, right? For businesses, you are required to file income tax returns, right? The only way we can assess you or tax you is if you declare that income. Otherwise, we won't be able to assess you in any way. So for sole traders, right? One owner, you declare your income on an annual basis, meaning calendar year, January to December, the income you derived in that period, you're required to declare. The form is normally known as Form B. In the new system, it's called PIT, Personal Income Tax, right? Provide business financials, meaning your profit and loss, your balance sheet, if you have assets. It's just a way to declare your income and also your liabilities, your expenses. They are due on 31st March of every year, right? So we just went past it. So sole traders, if you're a sole trader here and you have not lodged your return, please, you can always make an arrangement to file so that we can provide you time to file your return. Partnership businesses, they also follow this duty, right? Partnership businesses, not the partnership business, right? They also fall on that same due date. Companies, it's normally 3 months after the fiscal year end, right? So some companies use June to May, right? The start year end is the starting year is June and they finish off in May. It's just a cycle of 12 months, right? So for those kind of financial years, you'll just count from that period. 3 months down the line, you'll have enough time to lodge a return, right? The reason why we give 3 months after the fiscal year, and because we understand that businesses have more financials to declare. Any questions on that? After this, I will give you my email contact and my telephone line contact. If you have any questions which you may not be comfortable in asking here, you can always send me an email. So how does FRCS tax businesses? This is the most interesting part. Previously, I used to think whenever you are registered for a TIN, you will be paying taxes all the time, or from that point, right? For sole traders, they don't pay taxes unless their net profit, right? I'll say it again, unless the net profit is more than 30,000, right? In other words, what I'm saying is, it's not your income that you derive, because how do you get net profit? Income less expense. You have to subtract your expenses. In other words, what I'm trying to indirectly encourage you is to keep proper records of those invoices, receipts, where you've made, incurred your business expense, right? Why? Because at the end of the year, you will be required to claim those expenses. When I say claim, you are basically subtracting it from your gross income that you earn during the year. So you can have 100,000 as your gross income, but if you have a proper record keeping system, you will be able to reduce the tax liability and you won't be paying any taxes. So you can have 100,000 of income, but you have 70,000 of expenses. You must make sure that you claim those expenses, because why? If you are in the sole trader category, the first 30,000 of your income is exempt. In other words, first 30,000 of that net profit is exempt under income tax. So say, for example, I have 100,000, I have 70,000 as my expense. My net profit is 30,000. With that, I will not be paying any taxes for sole traders. So in other words, sole traders, they have an incentive ahead of this one here. Why? Because your first 30,000 of the income of the net profit you earn will be exempt. Okay, I'll give you another example. You have 50,000, and then you have say 15,000. 15,000 is your expense. Your net profit will be 35,000. Right? Remember, that has exceeded 30,000. But what do we tax? 35,000 or the 5,000 from the 35,000? 5,000, right? It's anything in excess of that 30,000. So if your net profit is sitting on 30,000 and down, you will not be paying taxes. If it's above, then anything in excess of that 30,000, if it's 40,000, your net profit, we will take away the first 30,000 and then you will be taxed on the 10,000, which is $180. Eh? See? Yes. Yes. Right? The rules that I had stated for produce, supplier, and middlemen basically demarcates the rules on how we tax them, right? If you're a middleman, but you're a sole trader, you still fall in this category. We'll still provide you with this incentive. Sir? Any questions? Partnership, business, they are not taxed. Right? Partnership businesses are not taxed. In other words, if you set up a partnership business, the business itself is not taxed. They declare their income. They file a return, right? But they are not taxed. The business itself does not tax. Why is that? Because the profits, the understanding of how a partnership operates, once we've made a profit, we'll distribute it evenly or depending on the profit ratio that they provide to us, we will distribute it to the partners, right? So say, for example, if Vanessa and I have a partnership businesses, we will set up a business and then we say we made a profit of 40,000. We had provided to FRCS our profit ratio, which is 50:50, meaning we have the profit. So 20,000 goes to her, 20,000 comes to me. Partnership businesses are not taxed. However, we tax that profit under the hands of the partners, because they are the, ultimately they are the beneficiaries of that profit, right? It's not a business, it's the partners. So once it's distributed, we will tax it on their hands. So if I get 20,000 and that's my only income for the year, I will still not be taxed, because it's below 30,000. It's going to take a while to understand. Last, companies and cooperatives. I'll speak on companies. Companies are taxed at 20%, right? So in this slide as well, you will be able to understand which type of businesses pay more tax, right? Because of how the tax treatment on each of them. Companies, they pay 20% from the first dollar of their profit. In other words, if I had made 10,000 profit, I get 20% taxed. There's no more threshold like this, where we deduct 30,000, right? So if I make a profit of 10,000, I will be paying what? 2,000 tax. As long as you are registered with us as a company, you pay 2,000 straight away. If you have the money or don't have the money, we will still come after you, right? We will start issuing notices to you to pay up. So I hope I've made sense, so that for those of you who are thinking of setting up businesses, you will be able to choose which one, which business, right? But please don't tell everyone that I came here to tell you that you choose only sole trade. Huh? No, I put it here for you guys to choose, decide. Last but not least, record keeping. This is also a critical area for doing businesses. These are requirements. Businesses need to keep proper records for at least 7 years, right? If you wish to discard them early, meaning before the 7-year period, you can always request to the CEO. But my point on record keeping is, please keep your records. The new thing that's coming, you scan and you store them in a hard drive or portable drive. That is the new idea of how to keep proper records for at least 7 years, right? But this is a requirement under the law which everyone must follow. Just these are just the changes. Okay. 1st April this month, 1st April 2022, this became effective, right? All these goods, types of goods, 25 goods, different goods, and these services, they will be charged VAT at 15%. In other words, right now in Fiji, we have 3 different VAT rates that are being charged. One, 0 rated, right? That is, VAT is, you're buying that service, but you're selling that service, but you're charging VAT at 0%. When do you make 0 rated supplies? When you import it. when you export it, sorry, right? When you export it, you don't pay any VAT on that. Right? Although you are charging at 0%, right? And then you have 9%, those goods that is required under the law to charge VAT other than this ones here, right? Any goods you see there, that any goods that you see that is not there, that is subject to 9%. These ones here are subject to 15%. So in other words, what I'm saying here, if you have a small canteen, right, and you are selling alcohol and tobacco, do you start charging VAT right away or no? No way, because you have to first meet the registration requirements. You need to have a threshold that has reached gross sales that has reached 100,000, then you will be required to register. Once you register, then you have the authority to charge that 15%. If it's below and you're selling, if it's a very low turnover business, then please don't charge VAT. You only charge VAT when you are registered for VAT. I went to that same island, and then I went to go and buy something from a small canteen. And there were two things that I noted. This person, although everyone in Fiji, they were charging 9% VAT. This is before this revised budget. This person was charging 15% VAT. And on the other hand, he was also charging the plastic bag levy, right? For you to charge plastic bag levy, you need to have a point of sale system. This gentleman didn't even have a calculator, didn't even have any cash register. So we had to confront him there and then. It is illegal. By law, if we had come in and audited his businesses and we found that, we would have slapped him with a 300% penalty. So please, if you note for these services, you note that these prescribed services, if you go to Wishbone, McDonald's, you will note that their VAT has changed. Please see your receipts. Please check your receipts. They should be charging 15% VAT. So all the prescribed services, even the rental car sales, you have these restaurants, coffee shops, bistros. There's some other homestay, licensed bar, nightclub. They will be charging VAT at 15%. So just probably manage your time in going to nightclubs, because you will have to pay more. These are the zero-rated goods. I noticed that some have been posting on Facebook. They have been saying, although this has been zero-rated, they can see there's an increase. These businesses have inflated their prices on these products. I guess for those of you that will need to complain or you have issues with that, I'm confirming with you here, we are not the agency that will look into that. You will have to send your complaints or issues to FCCC. They are the ones that have been regulated to look after these price changes. So please, if you see that a bar of soap has cost you more, please don't send me your complaint. Send it to FCCC. Thank you very much. These are the ECAL changes. It has been removed from personal income. The 50 cents ECAL levy. So they've only renamed it. So in other words, we've removed all the ECAL, that is related to the climate funding. So that has been removed, but we have renamed them. For this 5% and the one on prescribed services, which I was talking about, the restaurants and bars, they no longer will be charging 5%. They will be charging VAT at 15%. Just some additional information, taxpayer online service. Please, I just want to reiterate the importance of accessing our services online. We are in an age of where things are being done mostly on online platforms. And we've also thought, since we've had issues with our the provision of our services, we've thought to bring it a lot more closer to you. So you can, once you've signed up and logged into your own portal, you will be required to sign up. Once you've signed up and you log into your own portal, you can access any service, tax services, right? Including student loans. Student loan, that entire process will become live. You can access your student loan statements. Whatever you normally do with TSLS, we will have that information. And we will be the ones that will be doing the recovery. We won't go after students. We will just do it in a more diplomatic way, right? Yes, please feel free to, if you have time. I'm sure USP has one of the biggest internet labs in the entire Pacific region, Is it? So please do try and sign up and log in as well. So these are the types of things that you can do online. You can make requests for tax compliance certificates. That is something that is a requirement in almost all government agencies and some banks. They will request for tax compliance certificates. If you've already signed up and logged in, you can access this service by making a request online. Also, you can file your returns online and also make payments online in that portal of yours, right? Okay. This is the good part. So I'm giving back to you now. Initially, it was all about us. Now we're giving back to you. So the whistleblower policy basically allows everyone and anyone to raise the issues or raise a complaint with us, and we will conduct an audit. And if we recover taxes from that, then we will be able to. Yes. So part of that, whatever we've recovered, we take up to 10%, and we give it to the whistleblower, the person who's complaining. If you're a whistleblower, remember your identity becomes confidential as soon as we communicate with you. Even at the time when we pay out that reward, you're still confidential. We don't allow the news and everyone to come. But we will always put a press release whereby we do not name names, right? I'll just give you an example. Every now and then, whenever I come to USP, I'll just give this example. There was a supermarket that had 4 cashiers, right? Every 1 to 2 p.m. of every day, he sends 2 to go for lunch, and these 2 operational. Now, all these four caches, they are connected to a main server, right? And in this period of 1 to 2 of every day, he disconnects one of the caches from the server. The server basically reads everything, the sales you're making in every minute, every hour, right? Every week and so forth. Okay, so he was smart enough. He knew his system, so he unplugged it, and everything was operating. Those 2 had gone for lunch. One of them, the other 2s, one of them was disconnected. So the person was also directing customers to that one that was disconnected. So he actually earned millions of dollars from that. and he was doing a lot of offshore remittances to an offshore account, which was named after his grandson, of the person's grandson, the owner. So in the end, there was a whistleblower. I will not disclose his identity, but that whistleblower had told us of where it was. So we conducted an audit, and then we came back with the findings, and we called him over and we told him, see, this is the mistake you've done. And he said, no, I've never made a mistake. So he was surprised that we told him the story about what he did. That's so we had to issue him with 300%. This is the highest penalty in Fiji right now, the 300% penalty of tax. You know why? Why is it the highest penalty? Because government relies on the money that we collect, right? So they will also increase the penalty for anyone who wants to beat the system. So we had to, if he was loyal, he would have paid 150 to 200,000 taxes, income tax. But because he was not probably honest enough, we had to charge him with a 300% penalty, and which ended up for him paying a $9+ million. So that is just one example. So when we had paid it out, we had to look for the whistleblower. So the whistleblower was rewarded with a $250,000. That is tax-free income, because you're what? Helping the government of Fiji. So for your information, if you are going to be a whistleblower later on in life, please give us the genuine ones where you have evidences, right? And always make sure that those evidence are valid. I've always talked about, I had a cousin of mine, which I also conducted the same awareness on whistleblower, and he ended up calling me, and he was telling me that I have a case here, and he wants to be a whistleblower. So when I asked what was it on, he said that his wife had run away with one of his first cousins. So he said, see, we don't deal with that. So please, when you do whistleblowing, please blow the right whistle, right? Okay, I'll just, I think I'll, sorry. Anyone knows Jack Ma? Jack Ma? Ooh. Okay, Jack Ma is the founder of Alibaba Express. It's an online platform whereby you can buy goods from overseas. So this is something that I thought of bringing to you guys, which probably might be relatable to everyone who wants to start a business. This is advice for the young people, but I can see some young business operators here. Sorry, just please bear with me. This is the last of them all, the slides.
Don't worry. Any mistake is an income, is a wonderful revenue for you. So I told myself and told my young people, before 20 years old, be a good student. When you do entrepreneur, just learn some experience. Before 30 years old, follow somebody. Go to a small company. Normally in a big company, it is good to learn processing. You are a part of a big machine. But when you go to a small company, you learn the passion, you learn the dreams. You learn how to do a lot of things at one time. So before 30 years old, it's not which company you go, it's which boss you follow. It's very important. A good boss teaches you differently. And from 30 to 40 years old, you have to think very clearly when you're working for yourself. If you really want to be an entrepreneur. When you're 40 to 50 years old, you have to do all the things that you are good at. Don't try to jump into the new area. It's too late. You may be successful, but the rate of dying is too big. So 40 to 50, think about how can you focus on things that you are good at. But when you are 50 to 60 years old, work for the young people. Because young people can do better than you. So rely on them, invest on them, making sure they're good. So when you are over 60 years old, spend time for yourself. On the beach, sunshine, right? It's too late for you to change normally. But this is my advice to the young people. 25 years old, make enough mistakes. Don't worry. You fall, you stand up. You fall, you stand up. Enjoy it. I mean, 25 years old, enjoy the show, enjoy the show.
So just in summary, apart from everything else, this is just something I want to leave with you before I leave this afternoon. Number one, do the right thing all the time. The reason why I'm saying this, because gone are the days where you're required to do the right thing at the right time. Eh? Because there's sometimes you're at the wrong place, at the wrong time, but you're still required to do the right thing. Right? If you have a business that is currently in operation and you still haven't registered for tax purposes, please do so. Right? Secondly, stay with the law. You will never go wrong. Right? This has always been my emphasis, and FRCS as a whole's emphasis to taxpayers. You remain with the law. It's the law that will keep you. So in other words, you have to be compliant. You have to follow what the law tells you to do. Right? Once you step outside of the boundaries of the law, then there's something that's called penalty and 300% that will meet you on your way out. Eh? Third is probably quite the most important one. Always seek advice. There's every now and then people are going to the wrong people to seek advice. Right? Why? If you have a tax issue and you go to Fiji Commerce Commission or Consumer Council, you have a high probability of them giving you the wrong answer. Right? So my advice to you, when you seek advice, go to the right people. When you have a tax issue, go to the tax office. Right? If you have issues with other areas, go to the right organizations. They are there to assist you and to also help you. Last but not least, a business that costs nothing will always achieve nothing. Right? At some point in time, you will need to incur more in order to derive, right? There's always a tendency of people thinking that whenever I start business, I need to make profit, right? For us in FRCS, if the first 3 years you make a loss, consecutive losses, we see that's normal, right? For any businesses, they have to incur losses. You have to, at some point, come to a level where you have to understand and accept pain, right? If we find that you're making profit from the first year, second year, and the profits are climbing, then for us, it is a red flag to us, because either you are following the law or you're basically beating the system to show that you're following the law, right? So at those points where you are required to pay up, please pay up. And when it comes to taxes, please make sure you pay, right? So you can follow us on our Tech Talk articles. This is just additional awareness. These Tech Talk articles are normally done on Wednesday for Fiji times and Saturday Fiji Sun. If you want a particular area you want for me to write in the every week's dailies, you can always send me an email, and then I'll try and write something up for these articles. So these articles on a weekly basis, please don't go and check tomorrow's paper, because by then there'll be no more newspapers for yesterday, for today. You can also tune in to during the Vake Kelly program. Sometimes you always come on, and you can always request probably FBC to give you a recording of that. You can also follow us on our Facebook page. This is my contacts. You can email me on ibukinavanua@frcs.org.fj, or you can also call me on my direct line 3243504. When you call, I'll be the one that will be receiving it. So please don't say operator, can I speak to Esal, because this is my direct line. And plus, don't call it now because I'm still here, right? I haven't reached the office. The landline is at the office. Thank you very much. If there are any more questions, I can take. Otherwise, please, you can also release me so I can go. Previously, yes. Previously we did, but right now they've closed it a year ago. So those businesses that had applied and that had met the requirements, they have been granted those. Otherwise, you can also make budget submissions to request for more funding for SMEs. Thank you very much, Pinaka.
Okay, thank you very much, Asala. Okay, maybe Asala can give out our prize this afternoon. I'll read out the question, and the question will be taken from the UNDP presentation today. So the heading was, what is the law in Fiji? So basically in Fiji, multiple laws criminalize corruption in unethical business practices. Right. Can you please give me one example of that criminalized corruption law? Just one, and also the year for that law. Thank you. Like 2 minutes or 1 minute to figure it out. Okay, sure. I'll repeat the question. What is the law in Fiji? In Fiji, multiple laws criminalize corruption and unethical business practices. There are 3 examples of these laws. Give me one of those examples and the year that it was, and the year.
The Prevention of Bribery Act 2007.
So, that's correct. That's one of the. Give a round of applause, please.